All right, you're good to go.
Thank you very much. I'm going to again begin the meeting of the New Hampshire House Fish and Game Committee. As chair of the House Fish and Game and Marine Resources Committee, I find due to the state of emergency declared by the governor and as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12 pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing of bills referred to the Fish and Game and Marine Resources Committee. Executive session pending on legislation may be held. Please note there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to the meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I'm confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during the meeting through Zoom electronic meeting platform, and that the public has access to contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in the meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available on the House calendar and through electronic calendar on the General Court website. The notice of this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91-A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@leg.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. I want to introduce the staff who are on the meeting assisting us. Jennifer Four, our committee researcher. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their name, also state your presence, also state whether or not there's anybody in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Ms. Clerk, if you can call the roll.
Representative Khan. Correct.
Representative Khan's excused for a leadership meeting.
Representative Close. Representative Spillane.
Here.
Representative Howard.
Here.
Representative Craig.
Here.
Representative Love.
Here.
Representative Wolf.
Here.
Representative Kittredge.
Here.
Representative Dostie. Representative Dostie. Representative Smith.
Here.
Representative Harvey. Representative Laflamme.
Present. I'm at my lake house in Bristol, and I am all alone.
Mr. Chair, should I start again to have them make those statements?
Everybody who answered previous to that is in the
It's in
room.
person, okay. Representative Dondenville.
Present, I'm in my kitchen and I'm alone.
Representative King.
Present, and I'm alone in this part of the house. My home.
Representative Egan.
Representative Jack is substituting for Representative Egan. I'm here alone in my house in Nashua.
Thank you. Representative Ruprecht. Representative Ruprecht. Representative Shurtleff.
I'm here and I'm in the living room in LOP.
Representative Ellis.
I'm here in Rochester and alone in my house.
And Representative Oxel.
Present in my home in Dover, alone in the room.
And Mr. Chair.
I'm present here in a room with all my friends. Thank you, Ms. Clerk. I'm going to again call into order the meeting and open a public hearing on House Bill 529. The one thing I'd ask is, as representatives are asking questions, please remember to state your name before the question so that everybody in video land knows who's speaking, because while that's a nice camera, people can't tell who's talking. So please remember to just state your name, and the same with people who are on Zoom. Representative Reed, one of the rules I adopted for this meeting was that if there's a committee member who is introducing a bill, rather than go to the front of the room and get back up and be the up and down, that we can introduce the bill from your seat.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Ellen Reed. I represent Newmarket and Newfields, Rockingham 17. This bill is a bill that's relatively familiar to many of you. It's come before our committee a few times now. It creates penalties for cruelty to wildlife. The language has been refined over the last 3 years in close cooperation with the Fish and Game Department, drafted primarily by the department lawyer Paul Sanderson with the help of Colonel Jordan. It has been placed, the language of this, as per this committee's recommendation in years prior, placed in Title 18, the Fish and Game title, and it is written in such a way that is workable for both law enforcement and the hunting community. In fact, in providing the highest level of protection that's legally available for the hunting, angling, and trapping community. This bill also has the support of the Fish and Game Commission. It was on the consent calendar, unanimous out of criminal justice last year, but unfortunately was one of the casualties of our bodies in action because of COVID. So, cruelty to wildlife. New Hampshire is one of only 3 states that has no criminal statute currently for cruelty to wildlife. I'd like to go over briefly the nuts and bolts. It's basically 3 segments. So first, the definition of cruelty. If you will notice, cruelty is not actually used in the language except in the title. So there's no ambiguous term of cruelty. Specifically, the term is beat, cruelly whip, torture, or mutilate. That wording is very specific because it is in line and identical to our current statute for domestic animals. That statute was written, obviously, about 100 years ago with things like horses and farm animals in mind. But in order to keep consistent with current language, that is the language that, that we've gone with. You'll note that there are 2 different penalties here, one for purposeful behavior and the other for negligent behavior. In criminal law, there are actually 4 mental culpability states: purposeful, willingly, recklessly, and negligently. Purposeful is premeditated and planned with the explicit goal of doing that exact action. It is extremely difficult to prove in court. This is reserved for only the most egregious offenses, people who actually went out for the explicit purpose of torturing an animal and they planned it ahead of time, and that can be proven. Any other situation or incident would fall under the negligent statute. Purposeful, in order to keep consistent with our domestic animal cruelty statute, purposeful is a Class B felony, whereas negligent is a misdemeanor. Originally, I had put this at reckless. It was one step even higher. However, Colonel Jordan brought to our attention that it is impossible to prosecute someone who is under the influence unless we lower that down to negligent. The last section is the affirmative defense section, which is the strongest legal protection that exists. It says that even if a defendant can be proven, say you have video of the incident happening, even if it can be proven that the defendant committed the crime, in certain cases, that if in certain cases, in this case being if they are acting in lawfully according to Title 18, the jury will be instructed to acquit, meaning that no prosecutor would ever even begin that prosecution. So the language is, it shall be an affirmative defense to prosecution, and an actor shall be exempt from enhanced penalties under this section for any manner of taking, open season time limits, permitted scientific investigations, or wildlife management practices lawful under Title 18, whether or not the actor holds a current and valid license. So again, even if there's a video of just the most awful behavior, if that person was engaged in a lawful activity under 18, that jury would be instructed to acquit, even if that person didn't have a hunting, fishing, or trapping license. There is no stronger protection. So just briefly, I just want to talk about why this is necessary. I did say 47 other states have it, including all of the best hunting states, states of every political stripe you can imagine. And the reason is this happens. In fact, when we had our first hearing, it was not my bill. It was another representative's bill, and I was sitting as a member on this committee. It was, and I've been here for a while, and I worked up here for a while. I've seen many committee hearings. It was one of the most gut-wrenching hearings I've had to go through. There was testimony that turtles had been run through with a screwdriver, halved with a cleaver, and left to die. Raccoons and other animals trapped in cages with fireworks lit in the cage, some set directly on fire. These were testimonies given by multiple wildlife rehabilitators. So while that in and of itself is a morally abhorrent thing to imagine, there's a more, I guess, salient point to this. The people who do this kind of behavior rarely stop with animals. In fact, one of the people who testified in that first hearing was a woman who grew up near a boy who frequently would torture and kill wild birds until one day he came after her. Now, she had managed to escape, but eventually, after years of practicing, he went after another person and bashed that boy's brains in and sexually molested his body. By the time he was caught, he had become one of the few famous serial killers in New Hampshire. His name was Terry Rasmussen. He was known more frequently as Bob Evans. Like many sociopaths, he had practiced frequently on wildlife because wildlife, unlike domestic animals, no one misses. So having a criminal statute allows us to intervene in these types of situations before sociopaths graduate to murdering people. But I would also say it's worth just protecting wildlife. We all know that animals can suffer. Most of us have pets of our own or farm animals. We would not want those animals to suffer. Wildlife are just as capable of experiencing that. We are so proud of our wildlife in this state. We are proudly rural. We put images of moose and bear on t-shirts and our license plates. And I think that if we really love them the way that we act, we should afford them this protection. And I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Representative Reed. Are there any questions for Representative Reed? Representative Harvey.
Press the red button until you're done.
So I just want the clarification. I think what I heard you say, this is the wording is the exact same bill that we had a year ago. Nothing's changed in it, is that?
Correct. We amended it in committee a year ago. That is this exact same bill. That bill then went to criminal justice and was unanimous and on consent calendar.
Thank you. That's what I thought I heard you say. Just wanted to be clear.
It is not identical to the first iteration of the bill, which was by a different representative.
Any further questions for Representative Reed? There being none, thank you, Representative Reed. Next up is Robert Johnson from the New Hampshire Farm Bureau Federation, who is opposed to the bill. Jim, Representative Spillane, if you could promote Robert Johnson. Mr. Johnson, you should be unmuted at this point. Go ahead and speak.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me now?
We can, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Rob Johnson, and I represent the New Hampshire Farm Bureau as the Federation's policy director. New Hampshire Farm Bureau is a federation of New Hampshire's 10 county farm bureau organizations. We consist of just under 2,000 family members and about 1,000 supporting members. And we are a general farm organization where our members establish policy and direction through a member-driven policy development process. And as the chairman indicated, we are opposed to House Bill 529 as drafted based on our concern that, in particular, or looking at section 1B of the bill is where our concern is. And if you read it as negligently mutilates or causes to be mutilated, that's what we're focused on. Negligently mutilates or causes to be mutilated. Think of a farmer cultivating, caring, cropping land in the instances where a wild animal is killed or mutilated. Nesting birds, deer, fawns, other small animals. Our concern is that it's as drafted is not clear, and we ask the committee that before moving forward to please take a close look at it with that lens on. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Will you take any questions?
I certainly will.
Is there any questions for Mr. Johnson? There being none, thank you, Mr. Johnson, for your
Thank
testimony.
you.
Next up is Joanne Borbeau of the New Hampshire, of the Humane Society of the United States, New Hampshire office.
I do not see her in the list of attendees. And I do see that
Joanne, if you can raise your hand, that would be great. Okay, not seeing her, we'll come back to her. Next up will be Representative Timothy Horgan. Representative Spillane, if you could unmute Mr. Horgan.
Oh, thank you much, Mr. Chair. I was a sponsor of one of the earlier bills directed at this topic, so I think this is a very simple and workable approach. There is a and of course, I think those of you on the committee probably all know this, but just for the sake of others listening in, there are very clear and simple and long established definitions for what is a wild animal, what is a fish, and what is a wild bird. Situation of Farm Bureau, man from the Farm Bureau, Mr. Johnson talked about, that is true. I grew up in a rural part of town, so I've certainly seen animals running when they hay the field and stuff. But I think that's if you do that, that wouldn't be negligent if it's within the context of normal agriculture or normal animal husbandry practices. And also, I think that could already theoretically be a violation because this is 209. This 2019 D comes after RSA 206-19, which allows the Fish and Game Department to charge you with a misdemeanor. I'm sorry, I said a violation, a misdemeanor for like any violation of fish and game rules, and so that's a problem. Which I think, first of all, I think it's not a real problem, and if so, that's something which is already illegal in the law and can be subject to misdemeanor penalties already. So so I think this is a very simple bill. It's certainly much better than one that I was a prime sponsor of, which went down in flames in 2018, I believe. But so I think probably I should have just stuck with what I said. Again, the gentlelady from Newmarket, I think made a very clear case. I think, as usual, she said it all very strongly. So I think we should. I recommend the committee pass the bill. I recommend the full House pass the bill, and hopefully we'll send it on its way. So thank you very much. I'd be happy to answer any questions if anyone has any.
Thank you, Representative Horgan. Are there any questions for Representative Horgan? Representative Smith.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Smith. I represent Carroll County District 5.
Yeah.
I have not necessarily it's a broad question. Going back to the other speaker, just so I have clarity on the issue. If a farmer is cutting his field, doing hay, brush cutting, and he did hit a fawn that was held up in a little, patch of woods or in tall grass, or a nest of ducks with, eggs. Would this bill allow that farmer to be charged? That I think is a clear.
Representative Smith, if you would mind holding that question, I'm going to ask Colonel Jordan to testify in a minute to speak to that question.
Sure.
I'm not sure Representative Horgan is the right person.
Okay. Thank you.
No. And aside from the fact that it's only negligent conduct or purposeful conduct, so that I don't know if a farmer doesn't know there's a fawn there, that's neither negligent nor purposeful in my opinion. And damaging wildlife is already like a misdemeanor anyway under the existing law, the way I read the law. Of course, I'm not a lawyer, but that's my opinion. Thanks.
Any further questions for Representative Horgan? There being none, thank you, Representative Horgan. Colonel Jordan, would you mind stepping up to the mic over there? And I think there's a red button you can hit, and I'll put you on speaker and introduce yourself. And particularly if you could answer the question around agriculture and what happens if a farmer who's mowing hay runs over a fawn and how that's addressed. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And good Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Welcome. It's good to see you on the committee and all the members back. Be back, even though it's a bit bizarre. It's nice to see everybody back. So this is a good bill. We worked very hard on it, as Representative Reed had said last year, and we were pretty confident that it was going to go through last year, and I think it would have had this pandemic not hit. The Farm Bureau, and so when we crafted this, we were very careful to take in concerns regarding accidental or conduct without a culpable mental state of purposely or negligent or severe negligence. We were confident the way it's written today that it does that. The Farm Bureau, as you can imagine, I have a great deal of respect for, because we would be out of business fishing game without the support of our farmers in the state. So that was a good concern. I had a long conversation with Rob over the phone over this, and I am confident that this bill would not affect that. And I'm going to give you a couple of examples to support my position on that. So just so you know, ponds are routinely hit accidentally in the fields when farmers are out there haying. The reason that happens is because they're almost impossible to see. This past summer, Representative Hurd sent me a picture one afternoon. He and I are friends. He sent me a text message and showed me a deer that I don't, to this day, know how he missed, but he missed it. And he literally almost had to pick it up to make it run. He just won't run. So it's very easy to do this, is my point. And typically farmers will do this. They will, on most occasions, they will end the suffering of the animal, which I would encourage in a farm situation. It's usually safe to do that. And then they in fact contact us. They're very good about it. The farmers are very good about that. We keep track of this. We've had good experience with that. So the concern was that this bill in the wrong hands could then be used to go after farmers, because they should know that ponds are in the field in the spring of the year. I guess I would use the example of what we all put up with on our highways. So as you drive the highways of New Hampshire, you have a very good opportunity to run over a deer or a moose at any given moment. In fact, there are places that we have posted signs telling you you should expect to be. There are in fact deer crossing here, and yet we all, including myself, continue to go up the highway at the speed limit. And if you unfortunately hit a deer, you could make the same argument that the farmers are concerned about to this day. So I can tell you from good experience of over 2 decades in a courtroom, a judge is going to throw that out. It's an accidental cause. It's some will call an act of God. I liken it to being on the road. The same exact scenario can happen on the road when you see a sign that tells you that there's deer crossing, and you continue on that. It's a heads up to watch for it, but everybody continues to speed limit. And if you hit a deer, no, absolutely not. That is not going to rise to this level. The other thing that I would assure the farmers, negligence is it is a scary term, I think, defined in our legal laws in the state. But I think the legislators of the time put some careful thought into it. One sentence in that negligence statute that I'm very happy about is it's got to be in order to prove negligence, got to be a gross deviation from normal conduct. A gross deviation from normal conduct. Now, I would call a gross deviation from normal conduct someone driving out into a field and running a deer over purposely. That's a gross deviation. Someone driving down the road and a deer jumps out in front of them, or a baler going through a hayfield, a farmer trying to cut his field, and a doe puts her fawn in the path of that baler. That is not a gross deviation. That's a farmer who's trying to do his job. That's a person driving down the road with no intent of hurting this animal. So I don't feel, I'm very confident when I tell you, I do not feel that could be used against a farmer or anyone on the highway. If in fact it's ever used against the farmer, we're going to have a lot of people driving cars in courtrooms charged with the statute every time they get a deer, because the same scenario is happening on our roads. So I'm confident that the Farm Bureau will be fine. I'm confident that this is well crafted and will protect those things, and it will also give us a tool we've never had to go after gross deviations of conduct when we in fact see that. So that would be my response to this.
Thank you, Kirk. Jordan, is there questions? We'll start in the room first. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question.
Can you turn your mic off?
Is it on now? Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Take my question. talking about the road situation, I know I've driven down the road and tried to avoid a squirrel and run it over anyways. So someone behind me might say, well, he was trying to hit the squirrel. How does that play out in this scenario?
Well, it's a very hard, knowingly and purposely is a very hard element to prove. That's why you don't see a lot of that in a lot of our major crimes in the state, because it's a very high level of proof. So again, I would tell you that that's an accident. You didn't go out with the intent to run over every gray squirrel that you find. You're driving your car down the highway like we all are, and these animals are coming out on their own. As long as now, I think the difference might be, Representative Howard, one thing that just came to my mind was an individual we made a case on who purposely drove through a flock of turkeys with the intent on killing them. So what he did was he stopped, he allowed all the birds to collect in the road, he was waiting for them to cross, they were witness to this. He decided he was not gonna wait any longer and he throttled the car and drove through it. Now that is a gross deviation of normal behavior, and that would be a crime I could use this statute to charge him. But if you're in fact driving down the road and doing your best to try and miss this thing, or you determine as a driver that it's unsafe to swerve or to take a step to avoid it, again, that's an accident and not chargeable by a criminal.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. Representative Spillane.
Thank you, Colonel, for taking my question. We had some conversations, Paul Sanderson and myself, about this same exact issue about a week and a half ago, because it was brought to my attention by some members of the Farm Bureau as well. And it occurred to me at the time, well, this would also extend to people driving on the road, because I had only been thinking about this bill, and I did co-sponsor it, but was thinking about this bill in terms of the hunters and protecting the hunters and hunting activities. I felt we were pretty tight with that. The question that came up, not so much at the time when we were discussing it, didn't surround the act of the initial hitting of the animal with the farm equipment. It had to do with the dispatching of that animal afterwards. And as you know, not every farmer carries a gun in their tractor while they're out there doing their work. If the only object at hand, nor does every driver carry a gun with them in the car. If the only object at hand to end the suffering of the animal happens to be a tire iron or a wrench, and the person puts that animal out of its suffering, would this case be then brought against them for beating the animal? And I contend no, because you're ending the suffering, not causing intentional suffering and extending it. And I wanted to hear from you how you would treat that.
You are correct. So we struggle with this because we get calls from farmers and others. I'll get a call from a framed motor vehicle driver on the side of the road, and they have a deer who is crying out because it's got a broken hip. And people want to dispatch that. We struggle with that decision because it's not always a great thing to tell people to go ahead and do it. I might get away with that in Pittsburgh by telling Representative Craig to go ahead and put the deer down. But if I would do that with you in Nashua, that might be a problem. So we hope that people will use common sense in how they do it. But again, I agree. If they are ending the suffering, if the goal of this is to end the suffering, then that's not a role behavior in the negligent part. So you have to prove this statute, these types of statutes require that you prove every element of the offense. That's a high standard of proof. You almost, the only way I can see this statute being used is if you get, and I'll use the horrible example of the young students up in Bartlett who set out to beat these ducks. They beat them with broomsticks for no other reason than that was their idea of fun. That fits this statute, absolutely fits. The young man who stepped in that scenario and put the final suffering duck down, he took a step with no tools to end the suffering of that last duck. He does not meet that standard, clearly. He was trying to do the right thing with what he had. And in your scenario, I think that's what people try to do. We don't recommend that, obviously, but I don't want to see them. I don't think anyone else is doing it for all of the right reasons. Again, doesn't meet this statute. That's not what this statute.
Thank you, Colonel. Appreciate that. Any further questions for Colonel Jordan? There being none, Our previous speaker, we were looking for Miss Borbeau. Joanne has shown up from the New Hampshire Humane Society. And Jim, if you could promote her. Joanne, thank you. Welcome to the committee. Go ahead and testify.
Thank you very much. And my apologies, I was on YouTube while you guys were in Zoom, so my first time. Thank you very much for taking my testimony. My name is Joanne Borbeau. I'm the Northeastern Regional Director for the Humane Society of the U.S. And we support this bill very strongly. Wild animals, unfortunately, are not immune from these senseless acts of animal cruelty in New Hampshire or anywhere in the country. We see many cases like this, and New Hampshire has done the right thing by domestic animals and captive wildlife, and we feel this is just a really simple way to close the gap and the loophole for native wildlife. And it shouldn't be who the victim is. It's really the act itself that is the issue here. We don't see biological, ecological, or ethical justification for excluding wild animals from these protections, and are very happy to be on the same side with the Fish and Game Commission in supporting this bill. Representative Reed put it very beautifully earlier on. The link between animal cruelty and violence is another reason why we support this bill, and cruelty to animals is one of the biggest predictors of future violent behavior. So we definitely want to make sure that we're able to intervene soon when these cases happen, especially involving kids, and hopefully point them in the right direction and more positive outlets. Shared with the committee my testimony along with some further research on the link between animal cruelty and human violence. So I won't take up any more of your time. I want to thank the sponsors of this bill, Representative Reed and the other sponsors, and the committee for considering this, and I hope that you will support the bill.
Thank you, Ms. Borbeau. Is there any questions for Ms. Borbeau? There being none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to testify on House Bill 529? There's a Gina, and I'm going to butcher your name, Scrofito. You could promote her, please.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. Yes, my name is Gina Scrofano, and no worries there, happens all the time. I am a New Hampshire resident, and I'm calling today in strong support of HB 529 FN. I wanted to speak a little bit to clarify in what existing law is and go over some animal cruelty cases. This bill does indeed rectify a loophole that is an existing law currently. According to RSA 212-B:2, New Hampshire is home to more than 420 species. Currently, Animal Cruelty Code RSA 644:8 does apply to domestic animals, that being horses and livestock, household pets, which is dogs, cats, and ferrets, and then wildlife in captivity, which is wildlife in zoos and sanctuaries, etc. The Endangered Species Conservation Act safeguards 51 endangered or threatened species, and the New Hampshire Fish and Game laws and rules provide certain protection for 60 game species under hunting, trapping, and fishing seasons. That does leave over 300 of New Hampshire's valued wildlife species vulnerable to malicious beating, torture, and mutilation under the law. And while those 60 game species are provided certain protections under seasons, rules, and regulations, those protections are limited. For example, in 2017, a shark was brutally dragged behind a boat at high speeds by 3 individuals in Florida. An image of that incident showed that the shark's body was almost completely torn in half. All 3 individuals were charged with felony animal cruelty, as the state of New Hampshire have laws that protect any animal, and that includes native wildlife, whether endangered or not. When that case scenario was presented to the New Hampshire Fish and Game, not one individual could point to an applicable New Hampshire law, meaning that there would have been no charges in that case. Colonel Jordan spoke to the Kennett High School case in 2019 involving the students from North Conway who lured a duck, which is a regulated game species, out of the water and severely beat that duck with a broomstick. Now, while that case did involve juveniles and was handled a little bit differently, even if it hadn't, the New Hampshire Fish and Game confirmed the only applicable penalty was unlawful take. And that is a violation under existing law that comes with a mere monetary fine. In contrast to that lack of ability to seek suitable prosecution for such a violent and malicious act, in October of last year, 2 men were charged with allegedly beating several porcupines to death with a baton. That was in Rockland, Maine. Both of those individuals were charged with aggravated felony cruelty. And now, so while some may believe that we may have laws, just because we don't have wildlife cruelty laws in place, that we would be able to seek justice in these types of cases using existing law and regulations that we have, but that's just not the case. And that's the case with no matter how valued these species are, including moose, which only limited permits are issued a year for the hunting of those species. Unlawful take of a moose is a violation unless conducted during a closed season, which is only a misdemeanor. So the purposeful beating, cruel whipping, torture, or mutilation of a domestic animal, those types of cruelties to captive wildlife in sanctuaries and zoos, etc., that's a felony level offense under existing law. There should be a specific law in place that illegalizes such violence against free roaming wildlife as well, rather than that current requirement of searching for a coincidental applicable law for suitable prosecution. And those efforts, which nearly if not always futile based on the limitations of existing law, and that includes game species. In regards to the existing link between animal cruelty and human violence, I'll speak to that briefly. The FBI did begin tracking cases nationally and categorizing them as a crime against society in 2016. Research shows that there's a link between 47 and 99% of animal abusers have convictions for other crimes. That includes sexual abuse, homicide, assault, firearms offenses, and arson. And animal cruelty is more highly to be a better predictor of sexual assault than other previous convictions, such as homicide, arson, and firearm offenses. In regards to protecting sportsmen and women, I wanted to highlight again that exclusion that exists within HB 529 FN. This law will be placed specifically in Title 18. And I wanted to highlight some laws that are within Title 18 and existing laws that would be included in that exemption to protect families, properties, domestic animals, and crops. RSA 207-26, which is in Title 18, that allows any person to pursue, wound, or kill on land owned or occupied by such person any unprotected bird or wild animal, which the person finds in the act of doing actual and substantial damage to poultry, crops, domestic animals, or a person's property. And they may also authorize a family member, employee, or other person requested to do so under that law, or using a depredation permit issued by the Executive Director of Fish and Game. RSA 207:22C, paragraph 3A, grants the Executive Director of the Fish and Game Authority to issue those depredation permits to kill animals causing damage to crops or that pose a threat to human safety. RSA 210:24-B also grants the Fish and Game Authority over how nuisance animals are handled in New Hampshire. And additionally, RSA 644:16 allows residents to use poison for the destruction of rats and other vermin in their homes or upon their crops. I wanted to speak really briefly in regards to culpability because I want to highlight that I do support the inclusion of the negligent level of culpability for the misdemeanor. And I'm grateful that Colonel Jordan was able to explain that for you in terms of if someone is intoxicated. But I also wanted to highlight that in order for someone to be considered negligent, they have to be unaware or fail to aware the risk of causing this type of cruelty to the point where it's at such of a nature and a degree that their failure to become aware constitutes a gross deviation from the conduct that a reasonable person would in that situation. So that means in those cases that you're discussing, those accidents with agriculture or a highway situation, that would have to be a deviation, a gross deviation from what a reasonable person would do in those moments. So when you talk about ending the suffering of an animal, or you talk about someone accidentally hitting an animal on the highway, in my opinion, in those situations, based on what our laws of culpability are currently for even the negligent level, that would not be applicable in these types of cases. And that is all. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Gina. Are there any questions for Ms. Scarafano? There being none, thank you again, ma'am. Is there anybody else wishing to testify on House Bill 529? There being none, I'll let you know that signing in support of this bill were 35, opposed were 4. And I will close the public hearing on House Bill 529. Next up is House Bill 192. I'll open the public hearing on House Bill 192. Give the clerk 1 second to catch up. Representative McDonald. Great. You want to take a seat right there, Representative McDonald? As soon as the clerk's ready, we'll go ahead and begin, let you introduce your bill. Representative McDonald, thank you. Begin. If you could push the red button on your mic there.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Committee. It is an honor and pleasure to be here before you tonight. My name is Representative John McDonald. I'm the House District, which consists of the community of Wolfbrook. I did introduce the Committee House Bill 192, which addresses the issue of business amenities each year. This bill comes to request of constituents.
I'm sorry, Representative Lang, but it's inaudible on the platform side.
Thank you. Representative, could you turn that mic so it's facing directly at your mouth? Just tip it down. There you go. Try that.
This bill comes at a request of a constituent on October 10th. Constituent sending an email to Fish and Game, and you should have a copy of that. We questioned comparison between 45 HPC and 45 code. No really no difference. And he asked Fish and Game how we can change that, have it become part of the RSA. You'll see a reply from Dan Bergeron, Game Program Supervisor for Fish and Game, which basically tells the constituents that it can't be changed by adjustment to the administrative rules, but it has to be done by a change in the RSA. And you should have a copy of both those emails. When I started putting the bill together, I sent a email to Mr. Bergeron, where I spelled out particular changes that I wanted to do to the bill as far as the calibers. I also provided him an original copy of Mr. McDuff's email, and I just asked him if the Fish and Game Department had any questions or concerns, or if he could support this type of change in legislation. Public COVID, I never received a response from Mr. Bergeron, so I'm unaware of what the position is, other than Mr. Bergeron mentioning that he didn't feel that there's an issue with 45 HPP. And then did some comparisons of how this passing of this bill would affect other regulations on the law that I could find, and I've attached those, in particular 208 203, which is the taking mode, which lists several different, quite a few communities where changes affect them, and 208.3A and 208.3B and 208.3C. In conclusion, I want to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak to you folks today, and I'm available for any questions, any technical questions. Mr. McDuff will be, I believe he's on to speak next. You should be able to answer those.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions, Representative McDonald? Representative Harvey.
So I just am confused about one of your statements. Did you say that this is something that could not be changed in the rules and of New Hampshire Fish and Game? And I wonder why it could not be done that way.
I believe currently because it exists as an RSA, and that RSA would have to be changed. The RSA would just be a rule.
Okay, I get it.
Any other questions for Representative McDonald? If you're online, if you wave your hand, I can see your Representative Laflamme. Go ahead.
Thank you. This is Representative Laflamme, and I have a question for the representative. My question, I guess, is why currently you're allowed 5 rounds, and your bill provides to increase that to 6 rounds, and I'm guessing that's because most of these hunting pistols would be revolvers rather than like a semi-automatic, just because you're going to have like a 6 or an 8-inch barrel when you're hunting. Is it because of the revolvers? Why 6 instead of 5? Because most of the deer hunting guns only allow you 5 rounds. Thank you.
That's what the constituent requested, that it be changed to 6. I'm a revolver guy, and revolver says 6 rounds, and then we just do more full trigger and get that 1 round with the wasn't round in it.
Thank you, Representative Laflamme, you want to follow up? I am going to have I am going to ask Colonel Jordan to speak to that issue a little bit later.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Representative McDonald? There being none, thank you, Representative McDonald, for your testimony. Next up is William McDuff representing himself. Mr. McDuff, you are all set to go.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Hi, my name is William McDuff, and I'm a hunter living in Carroll County. As part of the hunting community, I've been able to participate in several small discussions with some fellow hunters, and it's our belief that the current list of approved calibers for hunting whitetail in New Hampshire could definitely be improved upon. This current list would benefit from the addition of the calibers before you: 45 ACP, 460 Roland, 45 Super, 50 AE, 357 SIG, 327 Federal Magnum, and 400 Corbin. Through my research, I found that the above pistol calibers have a higher muzzle velocity in feet per second and also deliver more muzzle energy in foot-pounds of force than 45 Colt, which is currently on the list of approved pistol calibers. In my written testimony, I forgot to include that I'm also asking for a change to the amount of rounds that a hunter can have loaded in a handgun while hunting. The current is 5, and I'm requesting that to be changed to 6. As Representative Laflamme mentioned, that is because most modern revolvers do have a capacity of 6 rounds. And thinking through this personally, I'd be kind of disappointed in myself if I did try and take a deer during hunting season and happened to land on an empty chamber. I believe allowing these changes would make it easier for a new generation of hunters to find a passion in the New England hunting heritage. And I am open for any questions that anyone might have.
Any questions for Mr. McDuff? Online, anybody want to talk? There being none, Mr. McDuff, thank you for your testimony. Colonel Jordan, would you mind stepping up to the mic to answer a couple of questions?
Morning again.
Thank you, Colonel Jordan. So if you could speak specifically to the 6 rounds versus 5 rounds, the department's position, I will make the committee aware we have 2 amendments pending that we have set aside, and you've all been emailed a copy, one of which would bring us back down to 5 if it's necessary. So we have something we can take action on. There's also another amendment on the next bill that will bring all rifles up to 6, so we have consistency across all firearms.
So, New Hampshire Fish and Game reviewed, the commission reviewed this. We were a bit hesitant to come out and actual support of the change. The only reason that we're hesitant is I'm not familiar, and others in the agency are not familiar with how these came about originally. So we're concerned about saying to a municipality that felt it was a safety concern, well, it's really none of our business to say that's not a concern anymore, we should allow this. Now, having said that, I tend to agree with the legislation as it's written. I think if you look at the ballistics on these, in the bill on these new calibers that the representatives are adding, you'll see that a lot of them are in fact below what's already allowed anyway. So remember, our muzzle loaders are not what they used to be. We have muzzle loaders that are very effective and shoot very long ranges. We have shotguns that with deer barrels that are rifled that send a slug out at a long distance, a lot longer than was originally common when these laws were put into place. So the only thing that I saw, that we saw, the department saw, that we were concerned about was this bill originally was asking for 6 rounds, and I get that. It's a revolver and people want a full cylinder, and I understand. What I'm concerned about is when we create legislation that confuses people or has the ability to confuse people, we make criminals out of people that typically wouldn't be criminals. They make a mistake, that they get confused. So most of our laws today, 2073-2, which talks about semi-automatic and fully automatic rifles, can only hunt when you have 5 rounds. So I was worried that if we didn't have a consistent number here, that we have in one town in the state, you can hunt with 5 rounds, but in another town you can use 6, and you got to create a situation where people are gonna cross the line and they typically wouldn't. I don't mind a bit picking or summoning a criminal. That's my job, but I don't like summoning someone when I walk away thinking that person really made a mistake and was confused on law. So we asked the sponsors to decide either 5 or 6. We've kind of gone with 6, and the reason we did that was because what you've already heard, revolvers were being used. That would require that we also amend 20732 to read 6 for all firearms across the board. So no matter what you hunt with in the state of New Hampshire, if this bill were to pass with this amendment, you would be required to carry 6. No matter how many, what the capacity of your magazine. You have a 30-round magazine, as long as you're only hunting with 6 rounds in it when you're hunting for deer, or 6 rounds in your revolver, be legal. I think that's simple. It's less confusing for folks. I don't see it being a resource issue, and we feel comfortable saying that we would support that change. I'm a little bit hesitant to say I support the entire change for the reasons I've already stated, but the commission doesn't propose it. I can say that.
Thank you. I do have one follow-up question for that. So when a hunter's in the woods and he's carrying a .357 for personal safety,
yes, he
can carry with 6 rounds. But if he's hunting with that, he can only carry it 5 rounds. Doesn't that create a problem for enforcement at times?
It does. And this would clear all of that. That's why the 6 round would be the way that I would clear all of that.
Thank you, Colonel. Any further questions for Colonel Jordan? Representative Wolf.
Doesn't seem to want to go on. Well, is yours on?
Yep.
Colonel, you raised an issue that said you didn't understand where this came from in certain towns, in the history of that. Are we going to be stepping on one or multitude of towns now by changing this law?
Well, those are questions that we didn't have the answers to. So I'm assuming that back when this became law, it was brought because certain towns that had these, we call them shotgun only towns, that had these restrictions were concerned about safety. I don't know, the New Hampshire Game Department wasn't part of that. So I don't know how that started. So we were a little hesitant to say that today we want Concord to go back to the old ways. I think, so 2 things I would say to that. One, my legal coordinator at New Hampshire Game, Paul Sanderson, did make a recommendation. It's purely his recommendation. And I don't necessarily disagree with it, that maybe having the municipal association review this would be a good idea. That's one suggestion that he made. But as far as the resource, hurting, killing, having the effective power to take a deer humanely, all the other concerns that involved hunting and fishing that we are involved in, other than the number of rounds was the only concern that we had. I don't want to speak for these towns because I don't think I have the authority to do that, whether it's safe or not. We don't, I can also say, we don't have a lot of issues. We haven't had a lot of issues.
Follow up. Do you have any idea, or does anybody have any idea how many towns, excuse me, would be affected by this legislation?
I think there's 5. I believe there's 5 towns in the southern part of the state, yes, that this would make a change.
And just the last one.
Follow up.
Thank you. And I didn't thank you for taking my questions
you
at the
don't have
beginning, and I apologize for that. It's summertime getting back into it. Have we heard from any of those 5 towns?
No, and that was the next thing I was going, I don't want to speak for them, but I would think if there was a concern, this is their opportunity to voice those concerns. And no one has reached out to the department that I'm aware of to do that. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Representative Wolf. Thank you, Colonel. Representative Spillane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You had mentioned briefly that ballistics on the modern shotguns and modern muzzle loaders are already in excess of most of the handgun rounds that we're talking about. I believe that this designation of shotgun-only towns has been around for a very long time. And so I would imagine that if they were going to have problems with the ballistics on these handgun rounds, they would have already brought up problems with the modern shotguns and muzzle loaders, because those are far in excess of what they used to be. Would you be able to speak on that?
Yes, I would agree with that, and I base that on the fact that we've not had any issues in these towns with that. And you're absolutely right. The shotguns, as I said earlier, the shotgun and muzzleloader advances have come twofold what they used to be. So some of these shotguns are traveling at up near 1,500 feet per second. So, and the handguns are far below that. So I'm not concerned. I personally am not concerned about safety. I think we're well within the guidelines set forth in the original legislation for that. I don't think this upends that. I think it updates it, which is necessary. And I think that 6-round clarification is important, because we'll create a confusion there. But as long as we can put that amendment on it so that it's easy to understand for everyone, and they don't have to worry about boundary lines and how many rounds they have, I think it'll work. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Colonel. Any further questions for Colonel Jordan? There being none, thank you again, Colonel. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on House Bill 192? Seeing nobody, I'll close the public hearing on House Bill 92. We had 20 people in support, 22 opposed, signed in. We are exactly on time, which doesn't happen often in the House. We'll move on to House Bill 342 relative to the taking of game by certain lever action firearms. And I recognize Rep. Spillane to introduce his bill. Please give the clerk a few minutes to catch up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, I am here to introduce 342, which is a bill that I put in on behalf of a constituent. I had tried to put this bill in a number of years ago, but the language was far too broad. The intent was to add a level of safety into the towns where handgun only, handgun and shotgun, as the colonel clarified, is currently allowed, to also allow people to use a lever action carbine, a rifle that shoots the same bullet as the handgun shoots. The reason for this is purely one of safety. When it was brought to my attention, it made it entirely way too much sense to me. I had to go forward with trying to push this. And in the effort of trying to move forward and show that that it could successfully be done, I narrowed the scope to 3 specific calibers that are very commonly carried in both a handgun and a lever action for hunting in the New Hampshire woods. That would be the .357 Magnum, the .44 Magnum, and the .45 Long Colt. These 3 calibers, when you're talking about a hunting pistol, which is a 10 to 12 inch barrel, versus a lever action carbine, which is 18 inches or less, the muzzle velocity is typically less than 200 feet per second. And the trajectory and ballistics, I've handed out a handout to everyone. I can also display later on, if somebody needs to, the charts, but you should see that there's a ballistics chart that was handed out. And if you didn't get one, they're down at the end of the table. The changes at muzzle velocity are only about 200 or so feet per second, which is not anything to really speak of, and the changes at 50 yards is even less than that. But what the lever action rifle does give you is the added stability of a shoulder stock and the ability to much more accurately deliver that round down range. So there is less chance for stray bullets and less chance for missed shots or bad shots on the animal that you're shooting at. I will let Colonel Jordan get into more details on that, but it's my understanding after talking with the commission and talking with Fish and Game that they're entirely 100% support of the fact that this is going to add safety. Because as anybody who hunts with a handgun knows, if you twist your wrist just as small amount as 1/8 of an inch off, you are going to make that bullet stray 50 yards away by feet. And having that shoulder stock stabilizes everything. I will also add that at the request of Colonel Jordan and Paul Sanderson and Fish and Game, there is an amendment for this bill that will simply add, after the current language, it doesn't change any of the language of the bill, but it adds those 2 sections in statute that we need to amend from 5 rounds to 6 to bring everything up to a consistent 6 round across the board. So there's no confusion, there's no mistakes, and nobody will accidentally have 6 in their revolver when they should have had 5. And I think it's something that will benefit everybody and prevent more of the situations that the Colonel was talking about where somebody made a mistake, but now they're a criminal. And that's all I have. I'll take questions if anyone has any.
Does anybody have any questions for Representative Spillane? Representative Laflamme, has your hand raised. Go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you, Representative Spillane. My question is almost out of ignorance when it comes to long guns. Is there a particular reason why you specified lever action carbines, or is it the fact that they only come in lever action?
Actually, the carbines come in other actions as well. I went with the lever action carbine because of the fact that it always has an 18-inch or shorter barrel. So to prove the ballistics were not much of an increase in muzzle velocity from a hunting handgun at 10 or 12 inches. And in current law, and the Colonel can back me on this, in current law, the definition of a handgun for hunting can have up to a 16-inch barrel. So if you're talking about a difference between a 16-inch handgun and an 18-inch carbine, where the carbine's got a shoulder stock and can therefore allow you to stabilize it, there's no difference, like less than 40 feet per second in muzzle velocity, and yet you've got an increased accuracy. So I would say that the lever actions for the carbines are always 18 inches or less, and they are much more easily come by when it comes to talk about these 3 guns that have those particular calibers.
Can I re-clarify my question?
Follow up, go ahead.
No, thank you, Representative Spillane. I was wondering why you specified lever action, and I didn't know if like semi-automatics were available. I know they were available in 44 mag in a regular rifle. I didn't know if they were available like in a carbine, and why you specified lever action.
Part of that comes from the experience that we all get as legislators when we put a bill forward and we hear a whole bunch of arguments against it, and we come back with in another year with a much more refined and narrowed scope version that we know will pass. The lever action carbine is one that is very common in New Hampshire, whereas the semi-automatics and whatnot are not as common. And it also is something narrow enough in scope that there won't be too much argument about what we're talking about.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions, Representative Spillane? Representative Harvey, go ahead.
So is this another instance where it cannot be amended through New Hampshire Fish and Game rules because it's in RSA? It seems to run in my mind, sitting through numerous rules meetings, that the method of take is something that is talked about there instead of here at the legislature.
I will let Colonel Jordan speak more to that specifically, but it's my understanding that because of the fact that we have these pistol only and shotgun only areas that are in statute, that we then now have to amend the statute to say that a lever action is equivalent to a pistol in those, or handgun in those areas.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Going once? Anybody online? Colonel Jordan, would you mind answering some questions? Now, I'll bring that gentleman up to speak in a minute. If you could speak to the question we had about ballistics and compared to a 16-inch revolver to an 18-inch carbine and the safety ramifications of it.
So everything Representative Spillane has said that I remember hearing, I was getting messages, but I believe is correct. The only, we didn't, again, the department didn't support this change. And the only reason we didn't is for the same reasons. We were concerned about the municipality. So we didn't see, most importantly, we didn't see where this would cause harm to the wildlife or the sport of hunting other than the round issue. Again, I wanted it to be 6 rounds across the board, or 5 rounds, and we kind of decided 6 because of the revolver. The question about rules is a very good one. So New Hampshire Fish and Game, whenever we come to this committee, we try to keep as much as we can for taking and regulating the method of take. Some of the tools used for take and administrative rules. The reason we do that is that allows us a lot more flexibility to change those when they need to be changed and things come up, you know, that are while trying to manage wildlife resources is a tricky business. Sometimes we have to make changes swiftly, and the rules allow us that ability to do that. I also like the rule process because it allows the general public a really good opportunity to have input. Not that this process doesn't, but the administrative rule process mandates it. So it's a good opportunity for people to get there. That becomes a problem when we have a law that's in place already that designates a manner or method of take. So if we have a law existing, we've either got to repeal that statute completely and do it all through rule, or we've got to, if we want to change it like we do this one, we have to make an amendment to the law. So this is the right procedure for this. I am not an advocate based on experience of regulating take all through the legislature for a number of reasons. I'd rather do it through rule. But when you have a law that states that already exists like we have here, the only way to change that is to go in and amend the law, because the law will trump a rule in simple Kevin Jordan language. So, and that's what we have here. So I don't have any, I agree with Representative Spillane what I know about firearms. I think the lever action was a good choice because I also agree there are a lot of those out there. A lot of people are hunting with those types of firearms, so that's a good place to start. The carbine, I'm not concerned about the carbine being more dangerous. Again, you're in towns where we're allowing sabos to be fired on muzzleloaders, which are going at the same rate, if not higher in some cases. So, knock on wood, we've had a good safety record in those towns, and I think it's time to update. These have not been updated in a long time, and this is an update to that. I think it's important, and I want to make sure everybody understands. New Hampshire Fish and Game we wouldn't have brought these bills, but we don't. We're in a position where we don't feel it's going to do any harm. We're a little bit hesitant to say we support it just based on the concerns of the towns, communities, and this will be their opportunity to raise their concerns. I hope I said it correctly.
You did, and we won't take offense that you don't like legislatures compared to your administrative rules at all.
That's always a tricky conversation.
Any other questions for Colonel Jordan? Representative Close.
Okay. You aware, probably about 18 years ago, when this bill finally came through Merrimack and they went to pistols instead of rifles, the trouble we had in Merrimack, Merrimack was going to shut down hunting altogether. Bedford was going to shut down hunting altogether. And this was part of a deal that we got so we could use hand weapons. So what I'm trying to say is, this is very, very touchy subject. I think we should have had town meetings on this, because Merrimack right away is going to shut down everything. Bedford is going to shut down everything. Bow is going to shut down everything. They're closing a lot of land open to hunters by going forward with this. Thank you.
Was there a question in there?
Are you aware? I am, and that was one of our, I think that was why Paul Sanderson made a good recommendation in written testimony that maybe municipalities would want to, because you're right, that was part of the issue back then. This was a negotiation without our involvement, or very little of our involvement. So that's something we need to think about. Certainly.
Thank you. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Raymond Howard. Thank you, Colonel, for taking my question. Is there a definition in law of what a carbine is?
I'm trying to think of one. I don't know of one that defines a carbine. We have rifles, long guns that are defined, but I don't think there's a clear language for carbines. That would be a manufacturer's term, a type of firearm that would probably be accepted based on, in a courtroom based on manufacturer recommendations rather than law. I'm not aware of a law that defines carbines.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions for Colonel Jordan? Representative Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Colonel. I agree with you that there is no law distinguishing a carbine from any other long gun, but would you agree that the general firearms industry standard is a long gun chambered in a handgun cartridge?
That's correct. That is correct. And that's, if I were going to prove that in the courtroom, that's the information. Yes.
Thank you. Any further questions for Colonel Jordan? Representative Wolf.
Thank you. I am very concerned with some of the discussion that seems to be hanging out on the periphery, that we're talking about land that may be closed to hunters because of actions that we're taking today. I work very hard to keep my land open for hunting. And if certain towns are going to start to go at it, just because we're adding 2 calibers or something of that sort, it will could affect a huge number of people. So I think we ought to think about those issues. I guess I didn't hold it down. Before we enact this legislation. It concerns me greatly.
Thank you, Representative Wolf. If we can keep it to questions, we can talk comments when we get to our work session. But Representative Shurtleff, go ahead. Just so I might gavel you down just for fun.
Turn about fair play. Good morning, Colonel. Just to follow up on the comments by Representative Wolf and also Representative from Chichester. Do you think it would make sense for this committee to refer both bills 192 and 342 to a subcommittee together for the sole purpose of allowing the municipal association to come in and talk about any concerns they might have. And I ask that because I think there's merit to this legislation, but it might dampen some of the town meetings to know that they had a chance to have input in their association, spoke on their behalf, and there was no opposition.
Yes, thank you for your question. It's good to see you on the official.
Well, thank you.
I don't want Mr. Spillane, the Representative Spillane, to throw his laptop at me, but that is a concern. I just don't want to see towns close it down. And Paul Sanderson wrote in his recommendation that the committee may wish to consider whether these proposals should be referred to the House Municipal and County Government Committee for additional review and comment. It may complicate it, but it may also prevent towns from reacting drastically. We wouldn't want that. The department doesn't want that. So yeah, I don't think, and this is me personally, I don't think that's a better information. Thank you.
Representative Harvey.
So I think I heard you say that none of these towns had reached out to New Hampshire Fish and Game, but not all towns are as savvy about how to keep up with legislation and so forth, especially when they weren't expecting something like this to come down the pike. So my question is, even though they didn't reach out to you, did you then reach out to them? And if not, maybe would your suggestion of referring to another committee so that they would have a chance? They're probably more likely to look at a municipal committee bill than Fish and Game.
We wouldn't typically reach out to them over then unless we were going to sponsor legislation like this. We would then do that. We've always been hesitant to I think, as an agency, to support something like this and ask that this be brought, even in this scenario, because we're concerned about what the towns have different concerns, and I don't want to be a state agency saying, well, we don't really care what you're concerned about, this is what we're going to do. There may be mitigating factors in Merrimack for all that. So I don't think, I think it may complicate passage of the bill, but I don't want to lose. No one wants to, including Representatives Spillane, wants to lose areas none of us do. So if this prevents that, then maybe that's the way to go. I will say, I don't see where this will hurt that safety piece of it. I think he's done a good job of keeping this within the guidelines of handguns and shotguns, but I just think it's important for the towns to have a say on that. So putting it over to municipal might be a good way.
Any further questions?
Sorry, Representative Spillane.
Colonel, I just want to make sure, because we've been talking a lot about ballistics and safety and everything else. And I want to kind of summarize so I understand what you said to make sure that the committee's on board. I think you talked about the fact that under current muzzle loaders and current shotguns, which are allowed in these same municipalities, they actually have increased ballistic ranges, but ballistic numbers for these, and that these rounds are actually safe, would be, for lack of a better word, safer than some of those other rounds that are currently already allowed in those municipalities. And lastly, the issue of accuracy and stability, that in a carbine compared to a handgun that would be allowed, that these guns are actually more, or allow for more accuracy, depending on the shooter, of course, but allow for more accuracy. Is that a good summary of what you're saying?
Both good points. And I think if we're careful on presenting them, if we do a good job presenting them, I think we'd be okay. But it's going to be a hard sell to those folks that don't understand ballistics like municipalities. So that's going to be a bit of a challenge. But you're right. And as far as accuracy goes, I'd much rather see most people shooting at a deer with a long gun than I would a handgun. The opportunity to wound is much greater with a handgun.
Thank you, Colonel.
Thank you.
Any further questions for the Colonel? There being none. In the attendees, we'll recognize the Honorable J.R. Hole, who wishes to speak.
Good morning, Chairman Lang and members of the Fish and Game Committee. I am here to testify in favor of this bill for 3 reasons, all of which have been brought up in some form or another. One of which is, as was just said, it is a far safer form of hunting. Using something that has a shoulder stock is a much better way to ensure bullet placement than with a handgun. Two, the velocities are similar to handguns. I see this as something that's also valuable to training youth. We see a declining enrollment in hunting, and long-term, teaching young children to hunt. Carbines are the ideal first rifle. So this gives them an opportunity to go hunting with their parents in a controlled way, and it is just a benefit to all around. So I stand in favor of this, as both New Hampshire Firearms Coalition as well as myself personally. I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Hool. Any questions for JR? There being none, thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on House Bill 342? Seeing no one, we'll close House Bill 342. And we're 7 minutes ahead of schedule, so we have to pause for a minute. Give our clerk a minute to catch up on paperwork. A good chance for members to take a bio break if they need it.
I was in Merrimack when that bill came up. And I'll tell you, it was terrible. We had 200 people there. You just don't want to lose no way. I'm not right now trying to keep it. Even the speaker had a good idea. Oh, sorry, didn't see it. I never heard that before. I know, that was a slip of the tongue, I'm sorry. Thank you, though, I appreciate it. That was good, that was very good. Combining both of them, and get it, have hearings and let's. Oh, yeah. I've got nothing against the bill, but I think like the speaker said, if you combine them both and have hearings on it, and give the people an opportunity,
One of the interesting things.
We'll bring that up. We'll bring that up this afternoon and see what he says. You see how it's operating?
Yeah, that sounds very good.
It'll be interesting this afternoon.
And so what something like law. But you still have a debt, you still have a squirrel.
If the society was not doing a job,
That's our big problem.
Oh, sure, you're gonna give it to him.
It's like I'm reading.
So the thing is that trying to nipple around the edges. Getting into some problems more complex than this. We're going to give them a 5-year jail sentence. Yes, 5-year jail sentence.
For sure. Put more pressure
How
on
about a
the
little
parents.
sympathy
If
for
you
the
put more
taxpayer?
parents on the.
Yeah,
you
we
know,
gotta build another prison.
They're gonna have a second job now to cover the second prison. Yeah, I'm reading the book.
Rep. Spillane,
Late 60s.
Rep. Spillane, you have the awesome power to change the bill number
And it's very
in the
interesting,
corner, which you should exercise.
you know, just the perception of society. You know, the cause of what drove these young men to do what they were doing. Most of them were vets who came back from World War II with the head.
Yeah, and they were looking at a windshield so that they couldn't get around the other scene, so they couldn't, in reality, empathize. You know, they could try. But it was just, no real calories in it. I've seen anything on it. And
It's an interesting read because when you're.
if you get on TV and you get to a thing called Sons of Anarchy, there was a program.
Oh, yeah, I watched that series. Yeah.
Wasn't that something?
But,
That was, I have a feeling that was pretty close to it.
So they gave me one on the street.
Little exaggeration here and there, but
My only ask was I want something on the street. Without having to go back.
sometimes I think in politics, I'm dancing in the dark with strangers who are listening to different stuff.
well, I mean, just look at the history of.
What's that?
What's your name?
Close, KLOSE.
Where you from?
Epsom.
Yeah.
I was a police officer in Bedford. That's why I was involved with those hearings in Merrimack. And Merrimack was going to shut the town right off. So was Bedford. And that's what part of the deal was, that we use hand weapons instead of using rifles and shotguns. And then they weren't fooling around. We had 200 people at that meeting. And they would have shut the town right off. This legislation, you gotta be very careful with stuff like this here. Because everybody loses, you know?
Well, that's what worries me. When you kind of- I don't know why they put it in the statute either. I like it. Rules, because Fish and Game can use the rules to manage the game.
Yes.
If they have a problem.
Well, actually,
too many beer being taken, they can shut it down for the season.
You know, and I'll tell you, at the hearing, Fish and Game didn't even show up. They didn't even show up there.
Usually don't.
Get that right. When there's a conflict like that, they don't. Oh, God.
They're not playing power of the league. They can be very reasonable.
We got another big one coming up, the commission. That's gonna be a bad one.
Get them in politics behind the leader.
Wow.
Down the line. They don't need it. That's what I see.
We have a representative from
The Fish and Game Commission.
the latest on to the boat water access. And I know.
Number one, Fish and Game.
All right, we're gonna get ready to start here. Give everybody a 1-minute warning.
That should be appointed. So we have some representation.
All right, we're going to resume and open our public hearing for the Fish and Game and Marine Resources Committee on House Bill 490, an act permitting the use of live action game cams. And I recognize Representative Roy for the purpose of introducing his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the committee. I'm happy to introduce this bill today. This bill would allow the use of live action game cameras for hunting. And what that is a camera, a trail cam, I'm sure you're all familiar with. You go in the woods, takes a picture, let you know what time, what type of animal's going by. The live action portion of it, you can switch to a cell phone device that sends a picture to your camera to let you know that there's something out there and the time is out there. Now, there's been some pushback I've heard that says, you know, it's going to be an unfair advantage to the hunter. I'm not sure how accurate that is, because if anyone's ever hunted, you know that the first time you step in the woods, first stick you break, the deer's gone. So there's no deer that's going to wait for you at your camera so that you can harvest. Having said that, I understand that the committee is working on an amendment to incrementally introduce this back. I would be in favor of that, especially with regards to hunters with disabilities. This is a boon for them. They can't get out in the woods to check their game cameras every day. It's very difficult, and to let them get those pictures so they know what time and when the animals come by is a good idea. It's a good thing for them. I would say that the majority of game cameras now being sold are sold with a cellular device. Back when they first came out a decade ago, they were just regular cameras you looked in the woods that had a motion sensor on it, picture. The vast majority now are radio cameras that will send a picture to your cell phone. So what prompted me to do this is a question also of enforcement, perhaps Fishing Game to speak to this. To shut your camera off most of the time requires you actually taking it down. Most people chain their camera to a tree with a cable lock in a box of some kind. Well, if you're going to hunt that day, you're going to go out there and you have to take it down and shut it off. You're going to make a ruckus. You might as well let it off. So the question is, how do you enforce whether or not you're sending pictures to somebody? How do you look at it? How do you know if the person's got a picture? There's a lot of enforcement questions I'd be happy to hear about. But as far as the disabled hunters go, I think this is a great thing. It saves them trips out into the woods where they get injured to check their cameras. And I do not see a downside to the deer population. Because as I said, if I get a picture on my camera, the deer's not going to wait for me to trot to the woods to get out to my stand. But as soon as I get anywhere near it, it's going to be gone. So that argument against it, I'm not sure is a lot of water. Having said that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Representative Harvey.
So I understand the deer's not going to sit around and wait for you, but then why would you bother with the camera anyway? What good does it do? Because as soon as you get out there, as you said, you've made noise and it's going to go. So except for the disabled hunters, I'm trying to figure out why would you bother?
Sure, thank you for the question. Well, I guess at that point, it becomes the question about the bother at all. And the point of that is that you know about what time the animals come by, whether they're coming by at all. It gives you a certain advantage. Back when I first started hunting, there wasn't such thing. You kind of had to go off and look at the deer sign. You had no idea what time to come by. And it ended in all of a fruitless hunt because you never saw the sleep.
Follow up, Representative Harvey.
Isn't that the definition of fair chase?
Well, I would suggest that the definition of fair chase is subjective. I mean, at that point, are you going to say that we should go back to bowling arrows? No guns allowed. There is certain technology that can be implemented without unfairly disadvantaging them. And by knowing where they are at a certain time, by no means guarantees that you're gonna get the evicted fire. Because once hunting season starts, generally, the closer you get to the rut, their patterns change. So you can go out and put game cameras there all summer long, by the fall, they disappear. Because everything changes based on food, based on the time of year. So it gives you a general idea, but it's not a huge advantage. In other words, if I see here and my camera on today, there's no guarantee that all they're gonna be the one tomorrow. It just gives you an idea of population and travel patterns.
Representative Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Roy. I am Representative Kevin Craig. Would you agree that the use of game cams in general and of wireless capable game cams in particular actually minimizes disruption to wildlife in their normal daily patterns by reducing the number of trips hunters have to make into the woods?
Thank you for the question. Yes, I would definitely agree with that. When you put up a game camera, you're able to, especially a wireless one, you don't really need to go back out there constantly, disrupt it, especially during breeding season. Prior to that, the impact of the environment is much less because you have less people going in and out of this constantly. So yes, I would agree with that.
Thank you. I have a question for you I want to follow up with. So would you be opposed on this current bill? It allows for same day taking. However, under our current statute, oh, sorry, give me 1 second. Would you agree that this bill does nothing more than codify Fish and Game Section 31204, which is titled Live Action Game Cams, that says you can only take a deer on the next calendar day, not the same calendar day?
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you. Representative Spillane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the member for taking my question. As an archery hunter and someone who hunts early in the season, straight through into the winter time, I understand what you're talking about with changing patterns and things. I found multiple game cameras to be beneficial, not so much in telling me that a deer is there, but in telling me what travel routes are they taking. Would you agree that knowing whether it's a buck or a doe is something that's important that you want to know, especially when you get into the buck only season? You're not wasting your time, and it's really difficult to look at a pile of scat and decide that that's a buck versus a doe or a footprint in the ground. And would you agree that knowing the travel routes is the primary concern, especially when you put the cameras out in very hard to access areas that you don't want to have to travel too frequently and leave a lot of scent around?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I would agree with that wholeheartedly. There's definitely, aside from rugs and trees, it's very difficult to tell where bucks go or travel. And scraping the ground, again, there's all signs of natural sign, but find those, especially from the rut and non-seed rushing on, would require scraping. There's another aspect to that with regard to getting to the cameras you talked about. A lot of folks hunt areas that are nowhere near the house. There's people that live in southern New Hampshire, northern New Hampshire, they have game camp, they go hunting. And it's very impractical, if not impossible, for them to get up there to check their cameras. This allows them to know, okay, that stand that I've got set up in this particular area seems pretty active. If the air going in and out of there, I can go up there and safely hunt. Versus having to drive all the way up there, get the car, go back, read it, okay, it's not the spot. So it's really definitely a
Follow up.
I find your point about southern New Hampshire versus northern New Hampshire to be fairly compelling, but would you then say that this bill is really a green bill because you're cutting down on the amount of vehicle emissions and driving such long distances?
I would agree with that impact, although I do not claim that as an intent.
I want to make a clarification because I think I misspoke on my last statement. So your bill would allow for the taking of an animal on the same calendar day. However, the current Fish and Game rule is the next calendar day. So would you be opposed to an amendment that aligned this bill with the current Fish and Game rule to put it into statute?
Yeah, and that's what your question. Yeah, I would agree with that. With the exception, I would like to see that it qualified that disabled people don't have that documentation that they could use the same thing, just because of the fact they won't be able to get in and out.
I'm sure we'll put Colonel Jordan under the gun to have him answer that question.
It's hard to get a wheelchair up into a tree.
Representative Smith.
Okay, this is just a question, I guess, of clarification. If the game camera took a picture of a 6-pointer, say 10 o'clock in the morning, and you decided to go hunt at that stand in that area later that evening, and a 7-pointer showed up at that stand, but you weren't going to hunt that 6-pointer, but it later turned out that that 6-pointer in the picture was a 7-pointer, but you really couldn't tell clearly in the picture. You then technically would be in violation of the way the rule sits right now. And this would actually free up that ability to hunt the same day on possibly a different deer in the area of that camera, correct?
Well, it's my understanding, Representative, that it's not animal specific, it's camera specific. So if you got a picture of a 6-pointer at 7 o'clock in the morning, and you plan on hunting in the afternoon, and you went out there and hunted, and the 7-pointer was there, or 8-pointer, regardless of go, you'd still be in violation if you were hunting over the same camera that was active that day. So it doesn't differentiate by the animal, it differentiates by the camera itself. Which brought me back to the question is, I'm not sure how it's enforced. When I get out there, do I have to take the camera down, did I have to take it down the night before? Do I just have to electronically shut it off? I'm not sure.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Representative Roy? Seeing none in person or online, thank you, Representative Roy. Next up is the speaker in opposition of the bill is Robert Johnson of the New Hampshire Farm Bureau Federation. Go ahead, Robert, if you can unmute yourself, you'll be ready to rock and roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, once again, my name is Rob Johnson, and I represent the New Hampshire Farm Bureau as the Federation's policy director. And our members own and manage hundreds and thousands of acres of land in New Hampshire. As an organization, we do not have a position on live action game cameras. Our opposition to the bill stems from the lack of a requirement for written landowner permission. We ask whether or not the committee move forward with the live action language. You move forward with an amendment making it clear in statute that written landowner permission is required to place cameras and electronic surveillance equipment on private property. The state of Maine has such a law and has since for the last 7 years. I believe it was 2013 when it was passed. To give you some briefs on the law in Maine, let me read that. It reads, and I'm quoting, prohibition. Any person may not place a camera or electronic surveillance equipment that records images or data of any kind while unattended outside on the private property of another without the written consent of the landowner, unless the placement isn't pursuant to a warrant. It also contains language requiring that the cameras be labeled with the owner's name and contact information. It also contains language allowing that the landowner remove or disable a camera if it is placed on property in violation of the section. It also includes a couple of exemptions that I guess I'd say that we're not clear that they're necessary, but they're exemptions that would allow the use of a camera to deter theft or vandalism of a motor vehicle when the vehicle is temporarily parked, as well as it has language relative to the use of implants to it I believe it's on wild animals to monitor animals. I guess that would be something maybe in pursuit of fish and game. Then also there's the penalty is for any person violating is a fine of not more than $500, maybe levied. This is an issue that we as landowners are increasingly facing, and quite frankly, our members find it unconscionable that cameras are placed on our property without permission. There's a term, the term private property is used for a reason. And Mr. Chair, I'll leave it at that. We thank you for your time and attention as always, and I'll be happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Any questions for Mr. Johnson?
Questions don't bother me, sir. Got used to that. I do disagree with Representative Spillane on this bill, and I've got some reasons here that I'll hopefully be able to communicate effectively. One thing I want to point out, this is a particular situation where we don't have a law that addresses this. So this was addressed in rule as a manner of take. Our position is always we try to preserve that for the reasons I stated earlier, and I won't state it again, but it's an easier way to control this. So I would ask, no matter what we do here, that's the better way to go, because if this requires change later, doing it legislatively can present challenges. So if it isn't working, sometimes you have to wait 2 years before you get back in there to change it. So the rule we can do faster. So we looked at this when this first came out, I think in 2015, and we get a lot of complaints, like the Farm Bureau, like Rob has stated. I get a lot of complaints from landowners who get a little on edge when they're out on their property. Certainly, there's a camera there taking photos of them. So I have been approached on more than one occasion by landowners saying, why don't we have law in Hampshire that makes people get permission for that? We have a law that says you have to have permission to bait on someone else's property. And a lot of times these cameras are used during the act of bait. Not always, but a lot of times they are. That's where I've seen the majority of it. So, but there isn't a requirement for a camera to have permission for a camera. But I can understand the landowner. I would not be comfortable being on my own property, knowing my photo is being taken and sent to someone I do not know without my knowledge or permission prior to it. That's me personally. We're not advocating that, but it's a point that the Farm Bureau has raised, and certainly one I have heard before. We felt that we needed to take steps to do something against this, because as technology continues to advance, and we talked about it earlier today, we were talking about the advances in muzzle loaders, shotguns, as we continue to advance, I guess the question becomes, for my agency, at what point does it stop? At what point do we say that's just a little too much? Now we have a camera that will, and what people were doing with this, it's not everyone, but we made several cases where people were setting up baits in their backyard, sitting in their homes, waiting for the deer to come. They saw the deer was there, the mountain back shot the deer. That was happening a lot. And so, what's next? Are we going to have a drone that flies around with a rifle on it, so we don't have to leave the house at all? We can spot the deer and then shoot it with the drone. I just feel like the principles of fair chase are an important factor here. And as sportsmen, and I am a sportsman, a hunter, a lifetime hunter, we need to protect it, because that's exactly what people that don't want us hunting and fishing attack. And the fair chase principles, really, if you're not willing to support that, understand those and support that, then we've kind of lost touch of what hunting and fishing should be. Part of hunting and fishing, in my opinion, isn't, we've gotten away, the society has, and I'm sorry, I'm getting on my board here, but I think it's an important fact, Mr. Chairman, the people on this. We've gotten away from the experience of hunting, and we've changed that into the experience of taking. We term a successful hunt, I lecture hunters, especially young hunters, about this all the time. A successful hunt isn't an 8-point buck on the tail. A successful hunt is the ones that I do, where I go out away from my pager, away from my cell phone, away from the people in general, and have a little peace and quiet and enjoy nature. I may see 3 deer that I don't shoot, because I won't shoot anything but an adult buck. That is the joy of hunting. And this technology continues to advance us to enhance our abilities, speed them up, make them more effective in the effort of taking. That's a mistake. If you're a sportsman and you think your future is bright by going in that direction, you're making a mistake. It is not. That is exactly how we're going to lose it. The North American wildlife model that we all subscribe to, or should, as sportsmen, would be appalled by this kind of technology. You know, a camera, I'm not even a fan of a camera. I'm kind of an old traditionalist. When you ask the question, should we go back to a bow and arrow? Well, in some instances, yes, we should go back to a bow and arrow. I think crossbows, I mean, we've got crossbows coming that are going to shoot 2 bolts. We've got muzzle loaders that shoot rifle rounds. There was a time when a muzzle loader, you didn't have a scope on, you had a hammer, a flintlock. Now you've got scopes, you've got inline, you've got, it's just going, we're advancing and advancing and advancing. And at some point, you have to step back and say, okay, so when is it not approved? And we felt these live action game cameras was the first step. We do make cases on them. I think the guys, I have never made a case on because they came out after I stopped becoming a real game warden and was pushed into an office. But I have seen tickets and cases where the guys have made them, and I'm assuming they're making them through interviews. They're making them, and quite frankly, they're always related to illegal bait, and they're tied into action. So, and again, just think for a moment, and remember, there's no one in this room that I think fits this mold, and I would say otherwise, quite frankly. But if you put out an illegal bait, this would be your camera, because you would know instantly if someone has discovered it. And so it's used in that regard as well. So I don't have a problem with the camera itself. I think it's a great tool. They take great pictures. The other thing that Paul submitted to you in writing that I would strongly suggest you read is he gave you some examples of some of the technology right off the ads on the website of how these things are advancing. These cameras, you can have 16 of these cameras tied together and lock in a 4-mile area that will send pictures within a 4-mile square area of your hunting spot without you ever leaving your home. That's, ladies and gentlemen, is about as far away from fair chase and hunter ethics as you can get, as far as I'm concerned. So I don't want us teaching our kids that. I don't want them to understand that's the best way to hunt. I want us to not lose sight of the fact the whole fun of hunting is to get out there, outsmart the animal, and worry about your scent and take steps to avoid that and harvest the deer. I have never put a game camera out, and I've never had a season I haven't harvested a nice one. So I'm living proof it can be done, and I'm no expert. So as far as handicap hunters go, you know, this enhancing that, we do an awful lot as an agency because we receive federal money, we're required to. We have a whole section of rules under Chapter 900 that accommodates those folks. We extend the eating season for them. We give them special privileges upon their request if we can do it to allow for overland transportation to get in and out of these areas. And the argument that these are going to help them, they still, if they want to harvest an animal, they still got to get out where this animal was just seen. So if you got to do that, you're going to be out with the camera. And so the need for that, I don't, other than you could sit in a warm place and pull a deer gets there, you know what time it was, I guess. But again, that to me is flying in the face of the chase. So for all those reasons, if it does go forward, if the committee thinks it's okay and we're going to push it forward, we would encourage you to do it within rule. We would also encourage you not to allow the taking of the game the same day, because again, that's what people were doing with it. And I asked you to strongly consider the Farm Bureau's concern because that is a lot of our open land. And if we got landowners pushing back, we need to be aware of that and willing to address it. Hopefully, I didn't make anybody really angry.
You're fine, Colonel. Representative Spillane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Colonel Jordan, for taking my questions. I'll start out first by asking you mentioned that people were using these in their backyards so they could see the deer come and then run outside and shoot it. If that's the case, wouldn't it be more efficient for them to use a home security camera mounted on the back of the house, as I've got on my house, and then there's no violation against that because there's nothing in the statute that says you can't use a home security camera to monitor your property, and you're still accomplishing the same thing.
You are, as long as that bait is, the only thing I would say about home security is that would probably require that the bait be close to the home, and we do have regulations for that. So it'll be harder to do, but I'm sure people do that. I don't want to make it easier for them, is what I'm saying.
I have a wireless camera that sits way out at my chicken coop,
Follow up?
just so you know.
Follow up?
I have another question. Does Fish and Game not use these cameras for law enforcement?
We do not. Well, I shouldn't say that. We did use them on the coast for the elvers, yes, when we had
rampage of elver poaching. If you remember all of that, the black market, we did use that because it was safer than having officers sit out there in the dark. It was safer to have a camera and we had knowledge prior to getting there who was there. So yes, we did use them for law enforcement. We're not using them commonly now because quite frankly, they're expensive. The data feed for sending that data is expensive, so I don't allow them to be used unless we're in like the elder situation. Officers, that's that. You bring up another valid point I didn't touch on. I'm a little hinky about them as well due to officers. I'm not real comfortable with my officers going out in the woods to check a bait site and being photographed instantly and sent to someone so that they have the ability to know the officer is there at that moment. I'm not real comfortable with that. So, but that's not the driving force. I think that could be an issue. So.
Follow-up question, Representative Spillane.
Thank you again, and thank you again. My final question touches on the disabilities aspect. You had mentioned that you'd like to keep this whole thing, it actually touches on the disabilities and Farm Bureau because you mentioned those together. Those concerns, you mentioned you'd rather keep it in rules because that's where things could be changed quickly. Couldn't you currently codify that disabled people have the ability to use these cameras when they have a mobility issue and put that in rules, and also address the situation with needing written landowner permission for camera placement in rules the same way as tree stands that penetrate a tree is in rules for written landowner permission, etc.
All of that could be done in rule, yes.
Follow up real quick.
Last follow-up.
Can I ask why that hasn't been done yet as far as written landowner permission for camera placement?
Sure. Written landowner for camera replacement, people have mentioned it to me. There's been no driving force to do that. I've not had a single request from a handicapped hunter, to my knowledge, to use a live action game camera. If we had, we would have addressed it. We've had, when they come to us over mobility or the extension of, if you remember a few years ago at the committee, extension over baiting rules, those types of things we do. I've not had a single handicapped person come to us for that. Rod, at the first time I heard an organized Farm Bureau concern was from Rod the other day when we started talking about this. But I've had numerous landowners mention to me, is it legal? The question comes more, Representative Spillane, as a phone call or when they meet you, is it legal to have a camera on my property without my permission? My answer is yes. And then they give me an opinion of that. That is, if I went out and wrote a rule every time I heard that, I would be a jail car full time because I hear that kind of stuff all the time. But I have no objections to anything that you just said. If we should review that rule and the general public wants that, then yeah, we should be doing that. I don't like it in law for all the reasons why. So that's why I requested that.
Thank you. Representative Dontonville, go ahead and unmute yourself and ask your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Colonel Jordan, for taking my question. The one thing that, can you guys all hear me well there? Okay, thank you. My question is, with the frequency, do you see the possibility of hunters with multiple cameras being able to easily abuse the opportunity to use multiple cameras? Because I tend to see this up north where there's lots of cameras already. You can go to Cabela's and get them all over the place. Like you mentioned, stringing them together where somebody, as opposed to it being green, could actually be in a car, like you had mentioned, in a 4 square mile area. They could be roaming around in their car and hear a ping on their phone and know exactly where they're going. So is this a potential bill that could be easily abused and hard to track?
Yes, to answer that shortly, yes. But they sell a kit that contains 4 long-range infrared cameras, for instance, in a private camera network that allows you to link up to 16 cameras and communicate with each other. Don't require Wi-Fi or cellular service. Each photo that's taken in your camera network is sent directly to your home camera. This came off an ad for these cameras.
allowing you to view them all in one place without spooking game or disrupting your hotspot. Each trail camera has a typical range of 1/4 mile in dense woods and more than a mile in open terrain. This could automatically allow you to sync together and creating a daisy chain that extends photo transmission up to 4 miles. So the other argument I would make about the green argument, which is almost as laughable as the green argument, but one other thing that we should think about, don't we want hunters coming to the North Country and renting a room whether they get a deer or not, and buying a dinner and going out hunting? I don't want them staying home. I want them coming up here. And so that could be, you could argue that point on both sides. And I think if you argued that in the North Country, it would come down on they want the hunters there. So I certainly. So I don't know that it's going to save us any fuel. I'd like to see them coming up and buying rooms and eating meals.
Nice save, Colonel.
Thanks.
Any other questions for Colonel Jordan? There being none, thank you, Colonel Jordan. As the last person who has signed up to testify, is anybody online who wishes to testify for House Bill 490, I'm sorry. Seeing none, I'll close the hearing on House Bill 490. We will move in to House Bill 241 and open a public hearing on House Bill 241, an act relative to trout. And I don't see Representative Avellini here. He's online. We'll recognize Representative Avellini to speak to introduce his bill. Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. I bring this bill forward on behalf of a constituent. And while I've learned a lot about trout, he has a vast, greater knowledge than I do. So I would ask that the committee hold questions until Mr. Wallace has a chance to testify.
Any questions for Representative Avellini? There being none, thank you, Representative. Enjoy your rest of your day. Next up is Representative Walsh, if he's online. Representative Walsh, you've been promoted to panelist. Go ahead and speak.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, sir. Mr. Walsh.
Please, Mr. Walsh. I sent an email to everybody whose emails I could get. Forgive me. I'm a special needs teacher. I'm at school in my classroom right now, so I might have to be brief. I'm just a fly fisherman of some 50-something years. I live in Effingham. The state maintains 16 waters for the trout, for brook trout, Salvelinus fountainalis, which is the state freshwater fish. These waters are designated by either signage on them that says they're managed for wild brook trout, I'm sorry. Looking in that, and again, just being a concerned citizen and something of a, as I said, a devout fly fisherman, I went to the regulations, and in the rules where it discusses its FIS 40607 wild trout waters, it just mentions that this water body shall be managed for wild trout. Now, it may not seem like much, but fly fishermen are like golfers. I mean, we're kind of addicts, and we might get, there's 1,000 questions and 1,000 opinions. And I was just thinking that it might be worth the while to make the rules match the signage. So I was hoping to add the word wild brook trout onto FIS 40607. And I took it one step further, and I looked at the RSA on brook trout, and it defines brook trout rather loosely. It includes rainbow trout, brown trout, Loch Levin trout, and other trouts that are hybrids and actually sort of invasive species. I mean, Fish and Game uses them to supplement the game waters, which is, fine. But I saw a little bit of an issue where if a water is specifically managed for wild brook trout, yet brook trout can be defined as any of 4 species, it just opened up something of a can of worms in my mind. I mean, perhaps that could have just been me, but I talked to Representative Avalani and we put this forward. I was Representative Ellen Reed reached out last week, and she had a constituent who was discussing it, and we had a nice conversation, and we came up with what would be an amended version, which actually sort of hopefully clarifies a little bit of the definitions and hopefully sort of does what I was hoping to do, which is just protect those 16 wild brook trout waters. My hope is that, you know, we can just limit it to that. There's a whole bunch of side issues relative to this. There's wild versus native trout. There's biological discussions. I mean, there's a slew of things that can be touched on when you sort of open this particular can of worms. But my intent was just to sort of clean up the definitions so that our state fish in the waters that are specifically set aside for it, you know, has the protection of the definition being correct. You know, I'm not trying to change much more than that. You know, perhaps at this point, I'm open to these discussions, but you know, that was my intent, just to sort of take these 16 waters and make sure that they're protected right. I mean, I don't doubt Fish and Game. I know that their intent is right, but again, 20 years from now, if the law is still the same, you know, what might happen? There might be room for error or confusion, or, you know, there's a gray area there. And again, all I was hoping to do is just to sort of close this particular loophole. I believe Representative Reed and I had came to a wonderful conclusion. And I mean, at this point in time, that amended version that that we discussed is the one that I'm very happy with. So that's, you know, I set up a presentation, but barring that, and with the discussion over the past week, my presentation kind of became moot. So, you know, literally, like I said, it's a very simple, or in my mind, a very simple thing. Fish and Game said they would need time to go through it. Chairman Lang discussed it with them, and hopefully, you know, as it sits, all parties to this are happy. I'm very happy with it. So that's, you know, if there's any questions, I'm more than happy to answer. Otherwise, I might have to cut out and get back to teaching math for a bit.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh. Are there any questions for Mr. Walsh? There being none, go back to students and enjoy teaching math.
Oh, Ms. Reed.
I apologize. There was one question for you. Representative Wolf, go ahead.
If I understand it, you're comfortable with the amendment that would go with this?
Oh, yes, yes. I had approached originally hoping to have the change. Well, the original thought was to add the word brook into the water bodies managed for wild trout and change the definition. I think the legal services people sort of combined the two with the original bill. And in my mind, it sort of left out the protection for the wild trout waters. The amended version that Representative Reed and I discussed does that. I'm very happy with the wordage in that one. So yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Walsh? There being none, thank you again, Mr. Walsh. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak on House Bill 241 relative to trout? And Colonel, I am going to have you come up and testify in a minute, but I'll recognize Jason Stock to speak.
Good morning. This is Jason Stock. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association, and thank you for allowing me to speak on this bill. I did not intend to speak on it, but what I would like to request is if it would be possible to see the amendment before it gets acted on, for the simple reason that many of these trout streams are on our members' property. And what we don't want to see occur, or what we're concerned about, is that if there is going to be additional form of regulation, controls, or management associated with specific streams, we would at least appreciate the opportunity to see what is being proposed so that we know what's occurring in the general court and by extension on our ability to manage for forestry and forest management. Right now, particularly in Coos County and many of the unincorporated places, there are special zones that have riparian areas associated with trout streams. And if this proposal is going to change what is defined as a trout stream somehow, that may change which, well, thank you. That may change which streams are in fact falling into this. So I see it on the screen now, and I appreciate that. Would like an opportunity to also talk to some of the land managers associated with those properties to see if this would in fact affect their property and their ability to do the forestry on their property. With that, I will, like I said, I didn't have any prepared comments, but I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stock. Any questions for Mr. Stock? Looks like you're all set to go, Jason.
Thank you, Chairman.
Colonel Jordan, would you like to step up to the seat again?
I'll tell you, I've been scrambling to try and find a fisheries biologist and failed. Someone will pay for that. But I will say the amendment, I don't believe the department, I know the commission has not seen it to be able to take a position on it. They did have concerns about the original bill, and the reasons that they had concerns, it was if it in fact passed and the definition changed, we would have to go back in and change all of the 400 rules. It would be an expense for us for signage. And Mr. Walsh, I believe, brought up a very good point in that wild brook trout are referred to by many different people in many different ways. So you need to be really careful how we do it. I put in stock brook trout and stocking on a stocking truck and come back an hour later to have a fisherman show me the native brook trout that just got and had to be native because look at it. So there's going to be some confusion there. We need to, I think, move slowly on that to make sure that people understand. So we, again, don't make criminals out of people that don't would be criminals. So I would ask that I can't say that we support the amendment because we're not. Jason brings up a good point from landowners. So I would ask that we move kind of slowly, make sure that we get it right when we do it. The amendment, to me, looking at both of them, the amendment looks clear. I think we're on our way, and I was kind of looking for input from my fisheries biologist to make sure that covered all his concerns.
Thank you. Representative Spillane for a question.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank you, Colonel Jordan, for taking my question. Is it true that the native brook trout, the one that's native to New Hampshire, is actually called a char? And if that's the case that I've heard, why is that language not listed in the amendment as one of the names?
A char is a juvenile fish. A native fish in New Hampshire. Brook trout is a native fish in New Hampshire. Brook trout came here naturally. It's not something we brought in. A char is a juvenile fish, basically a juvenile trout. And that's really pushing my biological knowledge.
Any further questions for Colonel Jordan? So Colonel Jordan, again, if I can summarize what you said to me, the original bill has problems, and it creates regulatory problems for you under current regulations and in cost. The new definition, you just haven't had a chance to look at to see if it's going to work with the current statutes or not.
The commission hasn't had a chance to review it. It looks better to me. It looks clearer, but I would want them to have an opportunity, and I would really like to have the committee maybe even work with Jason Smith, our inland fisheries chief, to make sure that we can create something that solves both Mr. Walsh's concern without affecting landowners.
Thank you, Colonel.
Thank you.
Anyone else? So Jason Smith has his hand raised in the attendees. We'll again unmute him so he can speak. Jason, if you unmute your microphone, you can go ahead and go. And you're still muted, sir. Okay, we're gonna move on to the, oh, there it is. You're unmuted now.
Good morning, sir. This is Jason Smith with New Hampshire Fish and Game. Just thought I'd chime in to kind of strengthen Colonel Jordan's testimony briefly. So the original bill had some fundamental problems that seem really simple on the surface. One being that because historically we've always included all 3 species of trout and their hybrids in our lumped into our season dates and bag limits. To change the definition of a brook trout without going through some proper planning would ultimately eliminate all the season dates and bag limits for browns and rainbow trout. So that was the first major red flag on the initial bill. So that would obviously cause a lot of problems. In the amendment, I think there's some confusion here as to what a wild trout is and what a wild trout management plan is. We have over 2,500 streams and rivers in the state of New Hampshire that have documented wild brook trout populations, which brings you to the next question is what is actually defined as management? We have what's a wild trout management program that is specific to wild brook trout. Although our rule does not specify brook trout, it is trout. It's areas that we do not stock. It is areas that is artificial lure only or fly, and all fish must be caught and immediately released. So so that's kind of point number 2. The third thing is this statute, as it reads now, neglects to list lake trout. You know, lake trout are native to New Hampshire. They were originated in 6 of our cold, large, deep water lakes. And this would also lump them into the existing bag limits or remove their bag limits altogether rather than be the 2 fish 18-inch limit. And looking at some of the amendments, the amendment tries to lump all the water bodies in a specific table titled Table 400.1. Table 400.1, if you go through our FIS manual, is every water body in the state of New Hampshire that is a pond that has special regulations on it. Some of these special regulations are things such as some of our quality bass tournament regulations. So a lot of these water bodies that are listed in table 400.1 do not even have brook trout, in even more so wild brook trout inhabited with them. So I just would proceed with caution on this because it seems simple on the surface, but there is a lot going on here. And with that, I would been more than happy to take any questions.
Any questions for Mr. Smith from Fish and Game? Representative Harvey.
So with those problems that you were mentioning, which seem rather significant to me, is this, sometimes we can fix a bill and sometimes we just need to start over again. Is this a bill that you think is actually fixable or should we start from scratch, in your opinion?
Not with extensive work. And as I mentioned earlier, I think it would probably be best handled through rule, just because a lot of our specificity and our real details and our fishing management and regulations lies in rule. So I think it's probably best handled there.
Anyone else for Mr. Smith? Thank you, Mr. Smith. We'll move on to Steve Angers, who wishes to speak from the attendee list. Mr. Angers, you need to unmute yourself, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Steve Angers, Conway, New Hampshire. I'm the owner of the North Country Angler, the longest continually operating fly shop in New England at this point. I'm also a member of Trout Unlimited. And we've been working very closely with Jason Smith and his team to work on these particular issues that are being brought forward to the committee. It's my understanding that something like this could be done by rule, not necessarily by legislation. And I've attended every commission meeting in the last 4.5 years, and I don't recall anybody having had this brought forward by petition to the commission to have a rule change. I don't profess to be an expert on any of this, but it just seems to me that if this could be done by rule change and take care of all of the issues that have been brought up during this discussion. So that's what I'd like to put forward to the group, and I certainly would answer any questions.
Any question for Mr. Angers? Seeing none, thank you, sir. And Colonel
Thank you,
Jordan, I'm gonna put you on the hot seat for one more second. So I just have a clarification question. So again, I think this becomes one of those things where we have in statute, and we also have in regulation. And what happens with this, because we have a definition here that I think the understanding is that this definition is referenced in all your regulations. And if we change it here, we have problems with the regulations. But at the same point, if you refer to this statute, and we want to move forward with kind of delineating the difference between a brook trout and a rainbow trout. How do we go about that? Can you do that in regulation if there's a law like this already on the books the way it's written?
Yeah, you just have to follow when you do the regulation, you have to follow the law. So if you're looking to change, depending on how much of that definition you want to change, you would have to change the regulation if it's in law. You'd have to change the law. We can make a rule. I'm trying to think of this carefully. We can create an administrative rule as long as we don't conflict with an existing statute. I guess is the best way to explain it. So if the definition is in law, and we're looking to change that, we would have to change it in law and then refine the rest of it in rules with the recommendation. And I thought all of this was I thought the definition was already in statute.
Yeah, that's what my question is. The definition is in statute and your regulations refer to the definition. So it seems like we kind of have to change it in statute if we want the regulation to reflect it, or repeal the definition and let you define your own.
Right.
Representative Spillane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for entertaining me one more time, Colonel Jordan. It becomes my question based on what the chair has asked you. If a definition in statute is overly broad, can it be refined and narrowed within rules without violating that?
It can, as long as you don't conflict the statute. Right.
Follow up.
So would an acceptable method to address this situation be to ensure that the statute is defined broadly enough to allow Fish and Game to refine the definitions within their rules?
Generally speaking, yes, that would be the best way to move. If you're asking, and I'm not sure you are asking for a recommendation, my recommendation would be to work on this with Jason, Chief Inland Fisheries, and Paul, who is our administrative rule person. And I think we could avoid those conflicts because I think you need to be careful of that in that regard. Yes.
Thank you, Representative Wolf. I think you had your hand up. Are you all set?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But then are you saying that in this case, it can be reworked, or do we need to amend the statute out of existence?
You could do both, actually, depending on what your goal is. So if you wanted to, if you're looking to change the definition, you have to review how it is in statute first to make sure that we make that change in statute what Representative Spillane was talking about was keeping that definition in statute as broad as we possibly could and refining the details, if you will, in rule. And his question was, can we do that? And I believe we can. The issue becomes if we have a law that tells us one thing, we try to create a rule to conflict with that. You cannot do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think working with those two groups, I don't want to say subcommittee, but a group working together, I think we could probably make some headway on achieving this.
So it sounds like you would support us retaining this bill for another year to work on it.
I can't tell you that. I can tell you I support that. I don't know that I can tell you the agency.
Thank you. Any other questions for the Colonel? Representative McKittrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As it is currently, as current practice is for Fish and Game, is there a problem now that this is correcting?
The agency, I think I'm safe to say the agency doesn't feel it's a problem. A constituent has brought it to our attention. We don't feel it's a problem. We've been working with it for years. And our concern is if we're not, I think if I heard Jason correctly, if we're not careful how we do it, then we could have some really significant unintended problems. So that's why I encourage us all to work together to try and do that.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colonel. I'm going to trade your hot seat with another Fish and Game employee and bring Colonel's. Oh, I'm sorry. One more, Ms. Representative Smith. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Colonel. I just have, I'm backing up a little bit, and I would imagine you can answer this. The New Hampshire Timber Owner Association gentleman that spoke earlier said he had a big concern for landowners regarding this definition changing. I would imagine it's from a law enforcement perspective regarding these small creeks and brooks running through their property.
I would imagine what Jason was referring to is his clients are concerned, the landowners are concerned that any restrictions that may be put on these water bodies affecting the way they use their properties. Yes, that was his concern. Another reason to move slowly. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for Colonel Jordan? Thank you, Colonel, for speaking. We'll go to Paul Sanderson with the New Hampshire Fish and Game.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I hope you can hear me. I just wanted to reiterate a couple of points here and suggest a possible procedural resolution for you. The Colonel was absolutely correct when he indicated that we cannot, as a matter of administrative rulemaking, adopt a provision that is inconsistent with an existing statute. So one of the methods that could be used here to resolve the questions of the constituent, and which we have used several times in the recent past, is to receive a petition to the Fish and Game Commission and Executive Director as our rulemakers, giving us very specific indications of what they feel are the problems. At that point, we can go forward and make a determination as to whether there needs to be a change in our administrative rules. Based upon the problem that the constituent would like to solve, we may or may not need a statutory change in this definition. We would suggest probably we don't, but we don't know that yet until we've gone through that process of petition and hear the specific concerns of individuals. As noted by Mr. Angers, he has seen us over the past several years handle this with other types of issues, receiving petitions for rulemaking and trying to resolve them. And so when the chairman just indicated that there may be a potential to retain the bill, what that means is you retain control over the issue. And if we in fact receive a petition, we can show you how we are in the process of resolving this with the constituent in an effort that will cause minimal harm to our existing scheme of regulation, minimal harm to timberland owners, and minimal concern for others. So I would respectfully suggest to you that there is a way under existing law in RSA 541A for us to receive the petition, try to resolve the concerns of the constituent, and report back to you on all of those efforts so you can make the policy determination as to whether or not we've made the right decision.
Thank you, Mr. Sanderson. Any questions for Mr. Sanderson? Representative Spillane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Paul, for taking my question. To shorten up what you just said, you're suggesting that if we retain, you can work on it and we can judge everything later, correct?
exactly, Representative. This is very similar to the concern that you had raised in a previous session about the types of firearms that could be used for taking of turkey that we are resolving through our rulemaking process. Meanwhile, reporting back to the committee on our progress.
Any further questions for Mr. Sanderson? There be none. Thank you, Mr. Sanderson. Next up is Dr. Rick Van De Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rick Vanderpool, I live in Sandwich. I'm speaking today on behalf of Tin Mountain, for which I'm the research director. In the last 12 years, Tin Mountain has restored 24 different streams for roughly 26.5 miles to improve it for trout habitat. And as such, we have a vested interest in how the definition of wild brook trout is separate from the generalized definition of trout, which includes, as the law states, rainbow trout, brown trout, Loch Lomond trout. We have eastern brook trout, Salvelinus fontinalis, which is our only native. And I would encourage, as it appears that this bill will be retained, that we seek to define wild brook trout independent of the other species, so that those of us that are working hard to improve angler opportunities for wild or native trout runs have the option of doing so without having any conflicts of introduced or stock species that are not native. So just in short, just if we could encourage the committee to look at a bill that separates the native or wild species out from the others, that would be very helpful. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Doctor. Any questions for Mr. Van De Paul? Seeing none, thank you, sir. Is there anybody else who wishes to testify in House 241 relative to brook trout? Colonel, would you mind stepping up to the mic again? Representative Spillane has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Colonel, again. Just a question that was brought up to my mind that I wanted to ask about as well, since we likely may retain this, want to ensure that we're working with Fish and Game on things. Would the change in definition that specified the eastern brook trout as the native trout in any way affect your restocking program?
It could, yes. And so that's another reason to move slower, as Jason, I think Jason alluded to that. That could have a long-term effect on how we stock and where, in fact, we stock. It may change a particular water body that we're stocking now, and our anglers are there taking fish to create a situation where you wouldn't stock that. So that's a concern. Those are definitely different features. Very good point. Another reason, I think, to move, to retain it and move as a group with an opportunity for all these people to have input. I think that's key.
Thank you, Colonel. There's a gentleman in the attendees named Kevin. Kevin, if you could state your full name and where you're from, and you'll be unmuted.
I can keep promoting the panelists if that's the decision. Okay.
Kevin, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Kevin Gordon. I am in Bethlehem, New Hampshire. I am speaking on behalf of Native Fish Coalition. We are speaking in opposition to this bill. We agree that there is definitely confusion with the current definition of brook trout, but we would also agree that we would like to see potentially that broadened to cover all the species under the definition of trout, being brook trout, rainbow trout, brown trout, and even lake trout, should be considered there too. In that way, instead of defining those other species as brook trout, we're defining trout as a general so that the current rules can continue to be enforced, but then, we're kind of clearing up some of that confusion with how brook trout are seen. And it would allow the brook trout to be then later defined and more specific rules developed for defining wild native brook trout.
Can we get your first and last name, please?
It's Kevin Gordon,
And you're from where, sir?
Bethlehem, New Hampshire.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Kevin? Seeing none, thank you, Kevin. Next up is Nate Hill. Nate, just remember to unmute yourself. Go ahead, Mr. Hill.
Hi, my name's Nathan Hill, and I am also of Native Fish Coalition. I had Kevin join me today because I wasn't sure I would be able to get here. I'm watching my two kids today. But I would just reiterate what Kevin said. We feel that there's definitely a need to redefine in our laws the term brook trout. Currently, an issue with the term brook trout is that although in the rules it is defined as representing all fish, from a law enforcement perspective, it's a challenge, because if somebody does keep other fish or even brook trout from a said water, because on the signage it says brook trout, not all species, it is not as clear as it could be as to what the current regulations are. And we feel that by defining it as trout, it would clarify the definitions while also not misdefining our native heritage fish, which is brook trout. And as Kevin said, it would allow us to, at a later time, use the definition of brook trout more accurately in making new laws and rules.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Any questions for Mr. Hill? Thank you, Mr. Hill. And we'll go back to give the prime sponsor the last conversation point. So Representative Avalani, if you want to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question on process. I missed the gentleman's last name, whose name was Paul from Fish and Game. So my apologies to that gentleman. Would they be reaching out to Mr. Wallace for the petition to change the rules, or is that something I need to initiate?
So I'll answer it, and the Colonel can shake his head no if I'm wrong. The petition, any citizen can put a petition into the Fish and Game Commission to have them change a regulation. So I think the idea would be someone would submit a petition to Fish and Game. We would retain the bill, and if Fish and Game acted and needed a change in law, that would give us a vehicle next year to be able to make that change necessary. Did I say that all right? He's shaking his head yes, so I got it right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a quick follow-up, if I may.
You may.
Would Fish and Game be reaching out to Mr. Wallace, or does Mr. Wallace need to reach out to Fish and Game? I just want to make sure I'm clear with Mr. Wallace.
Yep, so they have to petition Fish and Game, and that can be as simple as just writing a letter to Fish and Game.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and Fish and Game.
And Mr. Walsh, you have your last say. I think you were the originator of this bill.
Actually, I've just, as I said, I'm back in my class. I'm kind of half keeping my ears open. So, so I'm just wondering, my next step would be to contact the commission.
Yep, just write a letter to the Fish and Game, identify the statute and the Fish and Game's regulation you would like changed, and they will take it from there.
Okay, I'm really happy at the process. I'm glad the discussion is happening. From what I understand, like I said, if I'm hearing things, you guys are just going to sort of put this on hold for a little bit while we look at other ways. And if we need to come back and do it, my concern is just to make sure that the poor guys in those 16 waters, the brook trout there get the protection. And if that does it, I'm happy there. As I mentioned, there was a bunch of conversations, the ancillary things that sort of, opening this Pandora's box may or may not issue, which I was hoping to avoid, but apparently might not be possible. But I just want to thank you guys all for your time and the consideration. I really enjoyed listening to the discussion. And I will follow up with the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Thank you.
Anything else go for the committee on House Bill 241? Seeing none, we'll close House Bill 241. Public hearing. I'm going to take a 2-minute bio break because I expect the next committee hearing to go for a significant long time. So anybody who needs to get up and use the restroom can do so. And we'll come back in about 2 to 3 minutes.
Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, last time was already working. I met him at Georgetown, had a early morning. Yeah, you had that's good. Yeah. That's probably what I'm doing. Oh. A lot of you know where you stood. Yes, yeah. We had this front with no carriage. This day, it was the border patrol for years. You could send it down. And so, last night, yeah, he is in Maine with his family, but he's Indian. His health is not great. He's got to be. Oh yeah, oh yeah, yeah. But yes. Oh, I'm lost over there. Okay. Yep. Yeah. I think we can. Yeah. So we'll maybe get a permit on. I should talk about Right, right. Okay, that's great. That'd be a great way to go. It's always open. Okay. Well, I can take it anytime. Right. Takes a while. They have to have a public hearing. Are you up? Yep. Yeah, and I'm with.
All right, go back to order. I'm going to take your seat.
So if everyone can take their seat, we'll go ahead and come back and start the next bill. All right, so we're going to call this meeting back to order. We'll be moving on to House Bill 118, relative to the Fish and Game Commission. I recognize Representative Harvey for the purpose of introducing her bill. Representative Harvey, all yours.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the committee for letting me present this amendment. It is really good finally to get to see some of my friends that I've worked with for a couple years, and hopefully over the next year or so, I'll get to meet the new people. So I missed you. So first, what I'd like to do is to explain the process that I followed in order to craft this bill, because I really do think that a process is just as important, if not even more important than the bill itself. We've had 8 commission bills come before our committee. This is the 9th. It's kind of like a merry-go-round, and it's a little bit of a waste of time and taxpayer dollars. So last year, as we were debating the 8th commission bill, I made a promise from the well that I take very, very seriously, that if the legislature would allow me the time to work, I would work with all the parties at the table to define what issues exist and hopefully find a way that we could resolve them so that we can get off this merry-go-round. This is what legislators are tasked to do. They're tasked to find the problems and then to fix them. I heard many times this morning, Colonel Jordan saying that some of our statutes need to be updated, and perhaps this is one of them. Now, I will say COVID slowed me down quite a bit, but over the summer and the early fall, I was able to contact the Audubon Society, the Land Conservancy, the Society for Forest Protection, New Hampshire Fish and Game, the Wildlife Federation, the Wildlife Coalition, some individual commissioners, and some individual past and present committee members. I even contacted New Hampshire Association of Conservation Commissions, which is a commission that oversees all conservation commissions in the state, although conservation commissions do not come under the purview of New Hampshire Fish and Game. And together, all of these organizations helped me to craft this bill. I sent it out to all the parties that I just mentioned, and we began negotiations to amend it. I spent 6 hours in 2 days with New Hampshire Fish and Game. I spoke at the Wildlife Federation December's meeting, and I answered many, many emails from the big 3. That's the Audubon, the Nature Conservancy, and the Society for the Protection of Forests. Sometimes I was able to add their input into the bill. Sometimes I disagreed, and so I didn't add it, but everyone had a chance to speak clearly and without any kind of animosity. So that was the process. I'm not going to go through the bill word for word because you all can read, but there are, in my mind, there are 3 big changes in this bill. I'm going to start, if it's okay with you, I'm going to start with what I would consider the least controversial change, and then I'll work my way towards the most controversial. In my mind, the least controversial change is that I have added ecology as a possible area of expertise to qualify to become a commission. But I did limit that ecology to fish and game ecology. I think the term is broad enough that way to include things like how animals survive, how they depend on each other, how their habitats correlate with each other, how they interact with humans, etc. But the term is narrow enough to just talk about fish and game. As important as it is, I really don't care about the ecology of the rainforest canopy. Courses, and the reason I included it was because I looked at courses that are offered when you begin a study of ecology, and the courses revolve a great deal around gathering field data and compiling that data. And that's exactly what Fish and Game does when it sets its rules and regulations for hunting and trapping and fishing, which we've talked about so much this morning. Then if I skip back to the beginning of the bill, one of the biggest changes is the term sporting clubs was changed to nominating clubs, because at this point in the bill, that's what they're doing. They are submitting a nomination to the governor as the possible candidate for a commission when there is an open seat. in my meeting with New Hampshire Fish and Game, we must have spent an hour on that, just that term. And I believe it was Commissioner Hodgkins that came up with that term. And I agreed to it because I think that very clearly defines what the organization is doing at that point. The biggest issue, and probably the elephant in the room, and that is the requirement to have a hunting, fishing, or trapping license. There's many legislatures out there who want this requirement to be omitted. They argue that it's capricious, that it's unnecessary. I don't agree. I see the value of the education and the experience that comes with having a license equally and fairly applied to every county in our state. However, I do believe that 5 years is way too long in our mobile and our modern society. Lives, especially during this pandemic, have changed on a dime. Jobs have been lost or jobs have been gained. Additional responsibilities have entered the family in terms of aging parents or children. The whole family unit has become redefined. And so this amendment allows the time limit to hold a license to a much more realistic period of time, because it changes it from 5 out of the previous 10 years to 4 out of the previous 7. It still allows 4 years to gain the experience of hunting, fishing, and trapping. I think our state could actually benefit from commissioners who possibly hold their license, their first license, for a somewhat shorter period of time, because those are the people who might be.
I'm sorry, Rep, can you make sure you delineate if you're speaking about the original underlying bill or your amendment, because you're complicating the two together, and I'm not sure if people following the bill, which is online, and not your amendment, they don't know what the differential is between what you're speaking about.
Thank you for the correction. I am really only speaking to the amendment. Okay. Was that what I was tasked to do?
The amendment's not technically before the committee. I'll allow you to speak, on it, but keep it short, because we haven't had a deliberation. We haven't adopted the amendment. So right now, what's in front of the committee is the original bill.
Okay.
And so
I'm sorry. Obviously, I was daydreaming when you gave me those instructions, so I missed it. But anyway, I do think that 5 years is a long time. I want commissioners who are possibly having their license for the very first time, who are excited to get out there and experience their sport. I think sometimes after you've had a license for a long period of time, you can wake up in the morning and say, it's cold outside, there's snow on the ground. I think I'll just stay in bed. Where someone with a brand new license would say, it's cold outside, there's snow on the ground, and I can't wait to get my boots on and go out and hunt. So this allows some fresh new blood onto the commission. And yet it still allows a commitment, because up until now, you did not have to have a license while you were on the commission. You had to have it 5 years before, but not after you became a commissioner. So by ensuring that you keep your license while you were on the commission, I've actually lengthened the time of commitment. And I think that's very important, because it does show a commitment to New Hampshire Fish and Game. So you've seen the bill, you've seen a long time, you've had it in your possession for a long time now. I'm not going to go through every single thing in it, but if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them at this point.
thank you. Any questions for Representative Harvey? I have one.
Sure.
So in speaking about licenses and the number of years you must have a license, isn't it an indicator? How do I want to word this? I guess I'm trying to struggle with the idea of a person having a license for 1 year, setting policy for hunters who have been hunting for 20 years.
I did not put 1 year in anywhere.
You spoke about that brand new the hunterman who's going out, and I was speaking to your comments Not necessarily the bill itself, but
Right.
what you had stated about new
Right.
hunters and stuff.
So in the original bill that I submitted, 118, the original bill, it's 2 out of the previous 7 years. And if you allow me, in the amendment, it's 4 out of the previous 7, but there was never a 1.
Okay, thank you.
I was assuming that somebody with just 2 or 3 years is still a newbie.
Thank you. Any other questions, Rep. Harvey? Representative Close, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, on this bill, how many people worked on this bill?
Oh my gosh, many. I don't know if I could pick an individual author. Me. I did talk with Nature Conservancy, the Audubon, the Society for the Forest Protection, New Hampshire Fish and Game, Wildlife Coalition. And Representative Egan, who's not with us today. Representative LaFlame was with me at times, so lots.
And who would Fish and Game help? Excuse me, may I?
Follow up, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Who would Fish and Game help you with this bill?
Well, Paul Sanderson helped me with the bill, but I also I went over 2 times this summer and I spoke with Commissioner Stoll and Commissioner Green.
Okay. May I follow up, sir?
Follow up.
Now, on these amendments, how did these amendments get from Fish and Game to the State House? Are you aware of that?
Yes.
How'd they get there?
I didn't.
You took them over to the State House.
I'm not allowed to take them over, but I emailed them to House Community Services, and I asked House Community Services to please distribute them to committee members. I also asked them to distribute them to the sponsors. I didn't check on whether they went to the sponsors or not. And I asked if they could please make a few hard copies, which they were going to put on the table, because I knew some people were going to attend today in person and not be remote. So it was Anthony. Oh gosh, I can't. Delange. I don't even want to attempt to pronounce his last name because I'll screw it up so badly. Yeah, Anthony in OLS also helped craft the bill, and he was the one that sent it to House Community Services. And then when I approved the bill, House Community Services emailed it out. And I, in this COVID world, I wasn't quite sure how this works. So I called the chair and asked him, how do I do this? And this is what he told me.
Follow up.
So what rumors are flying around Fish and Game, okay, that Paul Anderson sent these over to the State House. That's incorrect then, right?
That is very incorrect.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Close. Anything else, Representative Harvey? Anybody online? Your hand raised? Seeing nobody, thank you, Representative Harvey. Oop, apologize. Thank you. We're all set. An attendee had a question, but not a rep. Next up is Chris Chandler from the New Hampshire Wildlife Coalition. Chris, if you can go ahead and unmute yourself, that'd be great.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Lang. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm here to support the bill. For a number of years now, we at the New Hampshire Wildlife Coalition have been advocating for a democratization with a small d of the commission. We think that the commission is not representative of the people of New Hampshire. We know how many people who enjoy hunting and enjoy wildlife in general and are very supportive of New Hampshire Fish and Game, donate, may not have licenses, but donate and donate to the non-game fund, etc., but are discouraged by the lack of a voice that they appear to have on the commission. We think that the way that the bill is written now is largely a pretty good bill. I think it is representative of both sides, really. And I support Representative Spillane's effort on this, and thank you, by the way. I would, I've been reading about what folks who fear this bill have been saying, that the antis are coming to destroy hunting rights by wanting a seat on this commission. And of course, that's the old saw, that the antis are coming. I'm not an anti. The New Hampshire Wildlife Coalition is not an anti. Most of the people that support this bill are not antis. We want to promote good, sound, ethical hunting. And unethical hunting, as you probably agree with me, should not be happening anyway. So I think that having a few voices on this commission should not be something that's perceived as threatening. It should be something that is perceived as a way to bring more people into supporting the goals and the mission of the New Hampshire Fish and Game. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Is there any questions for Chris? Representative Shirtliff, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a point of clarification with Ms. Chamblitt. We had the original bill introduced by Representative Harvey, but were you speaking in support of the original bill, the Harvey amendment, or the Spillane amendment? Because I know you mentioned Representative Spillane in your testimony. I just want to be clear.
Yeah, thank you. I should have been more clear as well. I represent I don't represent either support of either amendment. I'm in support of the general bill. So the number of years that licenses are required matters actually less to me, and I think many other people, than does the idea of having some scientific voice on the commission. So that's what I was speaking to.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next up is BJ Wall, representing himself in support of the bill.
Hi, my name's BJ Wall and I live in Sullivan, New Hampshire. And I've long been very dismayed about the makeup of the Fish and Game Commission, and actually even angry, because I feel that it does not represent the citizenry of the state of New Hampshire. And that's because only a very small minority of the population, it's about 3.6% last time I looked, holds a hunting license, and more hold fishing licenses, that's true. But the makeup of the Fish and Game Commission is 100% hunters, fishers, and trappers. And that really doesn't represent the population of New Hampshire. So I feel like none of us have a voice on this commission. And so I'm definitely in support of the bill. I'm not exactly clear on which amendment says that 3 people have to, or 3 people may not have hunting, fishing, or trapping licenses. But whatever amendment does that, I think I'm in favor of too. I don't think even having just 3 non-hunters on the commission is good enough, because 96% of the population doesn't hunt, fish, or trap. So really, I would like to see it sort of open. However, that's not what the amendments read as of now. So I would support the one that at least allows 3 non-consumptive and well-educated outdoors people on the commission. I think that's all I need to say.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Wall? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Wall. Next up is Tara, I'm just going to say Tara, from the New Hampshire Wildlife Federation. Tara, if you can go ahead and unmute yourself once you're brought online.
Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, ma'am.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Tara Gatow, and I'm the Executive Director of New Hampshire Wildlife Federation. The mission of the New Hampshire Wildlife Federation is to be the leading advocate for the promotion of and protection of hunting, fishing, and trapping, as well as the conservation of and access to fish and wildlife habitat. With an affiliated membership of over 48,000, the New Hampshire Wildlife Federation represents the interests of members from across the state. I am here today on behalf of our membership to oppose House Bill 118 in any form. For many years now, we have appeared in front of this committee opposing any legislation seeking to change this makeup of the Fish and Game Commission, and our membership believes this legislation would do just that. We do thank the bill's sponsor for the considerable amount of time and effort put into crafting the legislation and being open and transparent about the process. But this legislation is not just something our membership is going to be able to support. We have polled our membership about this bill and the possible amendments coming forward. We received the same response over and over. Where is the crisis? What is the problem that this bill is trying to solve? And are there decisions that are being made specifically by the New Hampshire Fish and Game Commission that would put New Hampshire wildlife at risk? The answer to these questions is a resounding no. New Hampshire Fish and Game wildlife biologists are some of the best in the business. They continue to report to the commission and to the public on the continued success of managed species and non-game species in New Hampshire. The varied background, experiences, and strong hunting and fishing backgrounds of our current commission makeup will continue to benefit New Hampshire for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Tara? Seeing none, thank you, Tara. Next up is Bob Switzer, representing himself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Bob Switzer from Sullivan, New Hampshire. I'm here today to ask you to support HB 118 and the amendment to the bill. In my opinion, the composition of the New Hampshire Fish and Game Commission needs to better represent the citizens of New Hampshire. The wild animals in our state are a natural resource, and all our citizens should have a say in how they are treated. Only a tiny fraction of the state population has a hunting or fishing license, and according to current law, this group of individuals are the only citizens allowed to sit on the Fish and Game Commission. The current makeup of the commission is a glaring example of minority rule. This small group of license holders have been given the right by law to decide how many of our wild animals are killed each year in New Hampshire. And as a note, New Hampshire is the only state in the US whose Fish and Game Commission requires that all members have a license. I've attended many Fish and Game Commission meetings over the past several years, and on several occasions, I've listened to staff biologists testify to declining fur-bearing populations and recommend that hunting and trapping limits be lowered. Each time, the commission voted to continue with the existing limits. I was also at the meeting where the biologists recommended a break in the year-round coyote hunting season for a couple of months so that they could have a safe period to raise their pups. Again, the commission chose not to follow the biologist's recommendation. I hope that being able to have commission members with a view towards conservation and educational backgrounds in this field, as the amendment proposes, would create an environment that would give more weight to the recommendations of the biologists. This can only benefit all of New Hampshire's wildlife and its citizens. A wildlife agency's primary mission is not only to serve sportsmen, but to protect the wildlife that is a resource that belongs to all of us. The New Hampshire Fish and Game's own website states that their mission is to conserve, manage, and protect these resources and their habitats. There's already at least one state wildlife agency in the US that is doing this and what this bill will do. And that is the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Commission. It's a citizen board appointed by the governor. The 11 voting members of the commission include 3 members who are sportsmen or women, one of whom must be an outfitter, 3 agricultural producers, 3 recreationalists, including one from a nonprofit, non-consumptive wildlife organization. I believe that having a mixed group like this on the New Hampshire Fish and Game Commission would help to balance these votes and provide a greater degree of protection to the New Hampshire wildlife that belongs to all of us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Is there any questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir, for your testimony. We'll move on to Mr. Bechtel of the New Hampshire Audubon Society.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
We can, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Doug Bechtel. I live in Concord, New Hampshire. I'm the president of the New Hampshire Audubon Society. The New Hampshire Audubon Society is a statewide conservation organization whose mission is to protect New Hampshire's environment for wildlife and for people. We support this bill, HB 118, as amended by Representative Harvey. Data that are documented in my letter to the committee, demonstrate that people who enjoy wildlife are about equivalent to people who are hunting wildlife in New England over the last 25 years at a period ending in 2016. Money spent on wildlife watching activities in New Hampshire in 2011, which is the last year for which state level data is available, essentially equaled that spent on hunting and fishing activities. HB 118 expands the pool of organizations authorized to nominate individuals to the governor for appointment to the commission, to the Fish and Game Commission, which we believe more broadly allows the commission to represent the kinds of activities that enjoy wildlife, both fishing, hunting, and for wildlife viewing. These changes provide opportunities for the governor to appoint sports persons with more diverse wildlife experiences to the commission and more closely reflect the increasingly diverse constituency and responsibilities of the New Hampshire Fish and Game Department. We urge you to vote HB 118 ought to pass. Thank you for your time, and I'm willing to take questions.
Thank you, sir. Is there any question for the New Hampshire Audubon Society? Seeing none, thank you again for your testimony, sir. And we'll move on to Joseph Mullen, who's testifying on behalf of the Congressional Sportsman Foundation.
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
We can, sir. Go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of the committee. My name is Joe Mullen, and I'm in Grafton, Massachusetts. I'm the New England State Senior Coordinator for the Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation, the 501c3 nonprofit organization I'm representing today. I'm speaking before you to express my opposition to House Bill 118 as originally drafted. Out of respect for your time, I will keep my testimony short, though I encourage you to read the written testimony I have submitted. The New Hampshire Fish and Game Commission has continuously upheld its honorable duties as the stewards of New Hampshire's wildlife and marine resources, and I therefore don't see the need to reform the qualifications needed for the commission's membership. The commission is comprised of those who have years of on-the-ground experience in hunting, fishing, and trapping. It's my concern that lessening the number of years in which the prospective commission must hold such a license opens up the real possibility that an individual who opposes consumptive use practices may be eligible to serve on the commission. Just to wrap up, I'd like to reiterate my opposition to House Bill 118 as originally drafted, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mullins. Any questions from Mr. Mullins? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, sir, for your testimony. Next up is Representative Susan Almy, representing herself. Again, unmute yourself, Representative Almy.
Sorry. Thank you. Representative Susan Almy, City of Lebanon, Grafton 13. I Good morning to Mr. Chairman and the committee members. I have served on the Lebanon Conservation Commission for 25 years now, a few months before I got elected. Before that, I worked in tropical agriculture overseas for 25 years. I care deeply about our region's green spaces and how they are used for farming, hunting, recreation, mental stress reduction, and tourism. The bill asks to expand the scope of the Fish and Game Commission to include aspects that the Fish and Game Department already deals with in order to perform its prime mission, and often emphasizes in its outreach to the greater public. These include management of our green spaces for all of the above uses: farming, recreation, mental stress reduction, tourism, and hunting, and fishing. Of course, I put fishing inside hunting. They apply to the management of game, animal, and fish stocks, to the department's endangered species program, even to search and rescue, and to enforcement against violation of game laws, including game habitat. I hope that you will be willing to expand the commission to include some people on it. I know there are people, good people in the department working on these things, but quite frequently the commission has not had enough expertise within it to listen to that side during their deliberations. And I think that it would be a great help to the commission and the department in the work that we have tasked it with. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Almy. It's nice to see you again. And are there any questions for Representative Almy? Seeing none, thank you again, Representative Almy. Next up is Weldon Bosworth, representing himself as a member of the public.
Yes, hi, I'm Weldon Bosworth, Mr. Commissioner, members of the committee. I assume you can hear me okay?
We can, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm from Guilford, New Hampshire, and I did turn in a written testimony, which I encourage you to read, but I'd like to emphasize a few points. I'll try to keep it short. All wildlife in New Hampshire, both aquatic and terrestrial, are held in public trust for all of New Hampshire, not just for consumptive users, as was implied by a testimony of an earlier gentleman. The Fish and Game Commission has the fiduciary responsibility for, among other things, maintaining a healthy and sustainable populations of fish, wildlife, and marine resources. However, only approximately 10% of the New Hampshire's residents, which are the license holders, can serve on the commission and have a significant say in decisions affecting the wildlife. The other 90% of the New Hampshire residents, if we approve the bill or the amendment to the bill sponsored by Spillane, Reed, and Howard, would allow a greater diversity of people to actually participate in the governance of their public trust resources. Now, consider that the inequity of what we have now with the commission. Of the 11-member commission, 3 members are members of the New Hampshire Trapping Association. So 11 members, 27% of them are active and enthusiastic trappers, and yet they only represent 0.04% of New Hampshire's population. All this amendment asks for is another minority position on the commission. So who else is interested? Well, these are not the anti-hunters. The New Hampshire Wildlife Federation says in their somewhat fear-mongering notice to oppose this bill, the New Hampshire Wildlife Federation represents less than 4% of New Hampshire's population. The people that really want an input into this governance are conservationists and folks who recreate, as well as those that prioritize the health and sustainability of New Hampshire's ecosystem over harvesting wildlife. And there are also those like myself that believe that the commission needs that some of the decisions by the commission need a more valid scientific foundation. Now, I know that we have great scientists with the Fish and Game Department, but as a gentleman observed earlier, at times the commission has overruled their scientific advice. So the amendment to the bill would envision putting up to 4 scientists on the commission, 3 from counties and possibly 1 from the seacoast, as I understand it. I see Representative Spillane shaking his head, but so making room on the commission for New Hampshire citizens who value wildlife for purposes other than harvesting is an equitable way of modifying the regulations to be consistent with the real world. It doesn't mean the end of hunting. It means that it might be more balanced foundation for wildlife governance decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bosworth. Any questions for Mr. Bosworth? Seeing none, thank you, sir, for your testimony. Just to let everybody know, we have, looks like 6 more speakers on this bill at the current time. Next up is Dr. Vanderpool again from the New Hampshire Wildlife Coalition. Dr. Vanderpool, if you remember to unmute yourself once you're joined in.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I have submitted written testimony and I encourage you to read that, of course. The 4 points that I wanted to make simply is that we do have a problem relative to the New Hampshire Fish and Game Commission. For the reasons that you've just heard, it is not entirely representative of the population of the state. Now, I understand that having served on the study commission under Senate Bill 48 2 years ago, that the sentiments expressed at that time was that our commissioners are fine, who they are and what they represent. But I would encourage you to look at the breadth of what the department requires its employees to cover. Management of 76,751 acres, protection of over 4,000 species of wildlife, enforcement of all of the laws and rules governing OHRVs, hosting a wide range of educational programs and training workshops, oversight of the marine and inland fisheries, and of course, search and rescue. And I challenge the committee to state that our commissioners can adequately handle all of those responsibilities in an equitable and just way based on their experience. As a PhD scientist and wildlife biologist, I too do not hold a current hunting and fishing license and yet am not represented in that respect on the commission. I too have observed, having just looked at the fur bearer proposal, for example, for 2021, that there are no proposed changes for fisher trapping. And yet for the past 25 years, the CPUE has gone down from over 3 to just about 1. That is a decline of a species that the staff themselves have recommended a moratorium relative to trapping fisher. The commission will probably, under its current composition, uphold that current proposal. And yet the staff, not only in this instance, but in others, such as was mentioned with the coyote pup rearing time period, has consistently been rejected, at least their proposals, by the commission. I'm as interested in anybody in maintaining the population of wildlife and maintaining the tradition of hunting and fishing, which I grew up doing for 25 years. That said, I don't feel represented, and I believe through the help of Representatives Spillane, Reed, and Howard with the amendment as currently proposed, we could help ameliorate that issue. So again, I thank you for your time, and I hope that we can continue to engage in a dialogue that will result in some positive results. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vanderpool. Is there any questions for Dr. Vanderpool? Seeing none in the room, seeing no hands raised. Thank you, Dr. Vanderpool, for your testimony. Next up is Will Stewart from the Stay Work Play of New Hampshire. Will, remember to unmute yourself and go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm, as you said, I'm Will Stewart, the Executive Director of Stay Work Play New Hampshire. We are a statewide nonprofit whose mission is to attract and retain more young people here in the Granite State. And I'm here today to speak very briefly in support of the intent of House Bill 118. So attracting and retaining more young people is critical to the future of New Hampshire. Right now, we're the second oldest state in the country with one of the lowest unemployment rates, even during the time of COVID. And on top of this, we're the #1 exporter of high school graduates seeking a four-year degree, with about 62% of these young people leaving the state every year. Some of them come back eventually, but a lot of them don't. So in short, New Hampshire needs all the people we can get in general and all the young people we can get in particular. Our businesses need workers and customers, our towns need volunteer board members, and our nonprofits, churches, and civic clubs, all need volunteers to accomplish their vital missions, without which our communities just can't function. So about 3 years ago, Stay Work Play commissioned a survey to collect data on why young people stay in New Hampshire and why they might leave the state. And the #1 reason that we found that young people stay here is to access our state's unparalleled outdoor recreational opportunities. And we heard that again a little more than a year ago, last winter, as we went around the state to 9 locations all around New Hampshire as part of our Policy and Pint series. Again, people said, having and being close to these outdoor recreational amenities was so great about New Hampshire and what keeps them here. So, to maintain and kind of enhance these unparalleled outdoor recreational opportunities, our golden goose, if you will, Stay Work Play does support the aim of House Bill 118, which, as we've heard, seeks to expand who can be nominated and serve on the Fish and Game Commission. The way we see it is that allowing more people to be nominated to and serve on the Fish and Game Commission will increase the viewpoints and the perspectives represented on that body. And that in turn will benefit how the lands and resources that the commission manages or oversees are managed, and will be done in a way that is more reflective of how young people in particular want to enjoy the state's natural resources and outdoor amenities. So with that, appreciate your attention today, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Any questions for Mr. Stewart? Seeing none in the room, seeing none online. Thank you, Mr. Stewart, very much. Next up, we have Paul DeBow from Grafton County. Paul, if you remember to unmute yourself, that would be great.
Yes, can you hear me, Chairman? Thank
Again,
you.
sir.
Thank you for having my testimony to the representatives on the committee. I'm here representing the Fish and Game Commission. So we originally agreed to support the proposed legislation as modified during our virtual meeting with the bill's sponsor. When the edited version was available in print, we took issue with a few words and a few of the paragraphs. So we would like to take your attention to page 1, paragraph 3, sections A and B. We thought we discussed this pretty well, and we feel like it was a misprint or it just didn't get carried over well, but we wanted to strike the word "and" between wildlife and the word habitat conservation. So in section 3, paragraphs A and B, I'm sorry, paragraph 3, sections A and B, both of those, we would like to see the word "and" removed. If that word gets removed and the rest stays as amended during our virtual meeting, we would support this bill.
Thank you, Mr. DeBow, and I assume you're speaking to the amendment on section 3, the word "and" between habitat and wildlife.
Yes, we're speaking about the amendment made and presented by Representative Harvey.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. DeBow of the Fish and Game Commission? Seeing none in the room, seeing none online. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate your testimony. Next up is Susan G. Price. Susan, if you remember to unmute yourself as you come online. Thank you very much.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Susan Price. I live in Moulton Borough. Our land abuts 5,300 acres of the Lakes Region Conservation Trust. I'm a retired hydrogeologist by profession and a very avid large game hunter, bird hunter, and fisherman. I oppose House Bill 118 because I actually do think it's a Trojan horse as written. I have not seen the amendment, but basically by opening this up to a 501c3 you can have people nominated that belong to organizations like the New Hampshire Animal Welfare League. I understand the concern that more conservation organizations would like to be represented. However, I believe this is just a toehold to dismantle hunting, fishing, and trapping, hunting and trapping specifically in the state. So I do oppose this bill. I think some of the comments have been disingenuous. The sponsoring representative, I can assure you, after, well, I'm 57 and I've hunted for 48 of those years. And I can assure you that I have just as much enthusiasm at 57 as I did as a child. So I think there's some disingenuous objectives with this bill. And I hope it will get voted ITL, and I hope it will be on the table in the House and never make it to the Senate. Thank you for your time. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Price. Are there any questions for Ms. Price? Seeing none in the room or none online, thank you, Ms. Price. Is there anybody else on the attendee list who wishes to speak on House Bill 118? Gina, you can be unmuted and can speak.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, again for your time. My name is Gina Scrofano. I am a resident of New Hampshire, and I'm speaking in support of HB 118 as introduced. As discussed today, the Fish and Game has many issues on their plate, to put it mildly, ranging from those involving hunting and fishing, conservation to search and rescue. We've heard from many giving testimony in terms of their belief that the Fish and Game Commission is not representative of the majority of the public, as according to our state law, they do have the authority, the duty to do so. So I won't speak too much on that. I do agree with that standpoint. I just want to highlight a few points of note that weren't included that may help you. I wanted to highlight that not only does funding for the Fish and Game come from general state funds via the taxation of all New Hampshire residents, but according to studies, the majority of funding from wildlife restoration programs and taxes from non-hunters and non-fishers. So for example, in April 2017, Glenn Normando, the former executive director of the Fish and Game, pointed out during the Fish and Game Commission monthly meeting that more Pittman-Robertson monies, which provides federal aid to the Fish and Game and which come from federal taxes on guns, ammunition, and archery equipment, more of that funding is coming from firearm and ammunition sales to non-hunters than hunters. And that information was backed by multiple reports, including the Firearms Consumer Segmentation Report, which includes the segmentation analysis conducted by the National Shooting Sports Foundation and Southwick Associates. That is also true in terms of the Dingell-Johnson Act, which provides federal aid via excise taxes on fishing equipment, motorboats, and boat fuel. And that is logical when one considers the fact that not all gun owners are hunters and not all boat owners are anglers. So this all highlights the importance of equal and fair representation from the Fish and Game, and it speaks to the importance of having more broad perspective and the expertise of those members so that it's adequately representing all citizens, and also to promote more involvement with the Fish and Game and potentially more donations to the Fish and Game from the public, who would feel more inclined to do so if they felt that they could become involved, that they were welcome and were also being represented. Amending the nomination process by changing organizations that participate from sporting clubs to participating organization generally, which has interests and specialized expertise in wildlife or conservation, and also adds biology and ecology to the accepted qualifications of commissioners, which this bill does as introduced, is a crucial step in addressing this issue. And I just would briefly like to add that in general terms of creating sound rules and regulations, having a broad range of perspectives and expertise is vital. Just as when crafting and implementing legislation, some may consider a difference of opinion or even opposition to a certain view of a proposal as being harmful. But I come from the standpoint that the more perspectives you bring to the table, the more sound the final language and outcome will become. Just as with the wildlife cruelty bill we discussed earlier today, that issue was originally introduced to the legislature in 2017. Although the opposition did make it challenging to implement, it put us on a path to creating a more collaborative and sound bill that was introduced today. And I think that really is a testament to having a broad range of perspectives, particularly when something this important is concerned, really does lead to a more sound approach and final outcome. So thank you again for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Gina. Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Gina? Seeing none in the room or none online. Thank you again, Gina. Next up is Sheila Vargas. Sheila, if you remember to unmute your mic, please.
Thank you, Chairman Lang and members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony today. For the record, my name is Sheila Vargas. I'm the Government and Community Relations Manager at the Nature Conservancy here in New Hampshire. As Representative Harvey stated in her testimony, she did reach out to us in regards to the bill language, and I am here testifying in support of House Bill 118, as well as in support of the introduced amendment. We just have a few minor recommendations on the amendment language. And I did submit written testimony. I know you guys have had a long morning, so I just want to provide a brief overview of my written testimony, but I hope you will all take some time to review that. So as many of you know, the Nature Conservancy in New Hampshire does work closely with New Hampshire Fish and Game on everything from our land-based ecological and wildlife management to our science-based approaches to habitat conservation, which are actually reflected in the state's wildlife action plan, as well as our marine fisheries and oyster restoration activities that are very popular. And throughout all of this work with Fish and Game, we've always appreciated the expertise and professionalism of the staff and leadership of the department. So we are supporting the changes reflected in House Bill 118 for how a nomination to the Fish and Game Commission can be brought forward to the governor for consideration. Current statute reserves the right to nominate individuals for consideration by the governor exclusively to sporting clubs in each county. And while we believe that sporting clubs should have the ability to send nominations to the governor for consideration, we also believe that they should not have exclusive statutory authority to do so. The reason is New Hampshire's wildlife is held in the public trust, and the conservation of these public resources requires cooperation, as the previous speaker noted, decision-making from a diverse group of stakeholders. And because of that, we feel that the interests of these stakeholders should be able to be represented on the commission that governs the department. So overall, the changes reflected in HB 118, we believe, do represent a positive step in that direction. And we appreciate the importance of licensing to the department, both as a revenue source and as the tradition and philosophy that hunting and fishing has in New Hampshire. That said, not everyone who values and believes in the mission of the department is an active sports person holding a license, as many of you know. There are countless reasons why an individual who values the conservation of the state's wildlife resources may not have a hunting or fishing license. And our current statute, frankly, makes it just more difficult for these individuals to serve on the commission, even when their values clearly align with the department. And just lastly, I'm not going to go through all of my remarks here, but I did want to note that something as simple as lowering the license holding requirements from 5 to 10 years to 4 to 7 years, as listed in the amendment, is a small step in enabling additional qualified individuals to be considered even. And as Representative Harvey said, this is a much more realistic timeline, specifically for the millennial generation, who we want to get more involved in hunting and fishing in our natural resources. They're known for their transiency much more so than previous generations. And so this small change to the license holding requirement provides enabling conditions for additional outdoor recreators to be able to be eligible to be nominated. And right before I conclude here, I think the most important piece of my testimony is, I think Mr. DeVoe was his name. He mentioned the change from or to, or I think it was from and to or. And this is listed in section 3, part A. And there's also a listing of this within section 3, part B. So we support the amendment if that and between fishing and trapping is changed back to or. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Ms. Vargas. Any questions for Ms. Vargas? Seeing none in the room or none online, thank you very much. Next up is Nissa Marks. If you could unmute yourself, that would be great. Go ahead.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony in favor of HB 118. I'm Nissa Marks in Henniker. So growing up, hunting and trapping were the only ways that my family was able to have meat on the table. And to this day, our freezer is still full of venison from family, and my partner and I have allowed hunting on our land in Henniker. So I certainly appreciate the many things that hunters and fishermen do for conservation and the relationship between hunters and the land. I also know that I'm the only one of my friends I also know that only one of my friends under the age of 40 in New Hampshire hunts or fishes. And yet my non-hunting friends are still avid outdoors people who enjoy tracking non-game wildlife or seeking out rare birds. And my friends aren't anomalies here. Data show a stark generational shift in how people are using the outdoors. Anecdotally, we hear from bait shops in the North Country that young people are coming in looking to catch and release native species rather than seeking stocked fish or the largest species or the best species for the fry pan. And in the meantime, the number of hunters is declining at a rate of about 1% a year or more. In New England as a whole, we see only 2% of the population holds a hunting license, where 36% report watching wildlife and 12% of people report traveling within the region to do so. So it's not that people are staying inside, they're just using the outdoors differently. We know that other demographic patterns are changing too, and here I want to amplify what you heard in Stay Work Play's testimony. Younger people are more likely to change jobs and more likely to move more frequently. And just as an example, I have lived in 8 states in the last 15 years before finally settling in New Hampshire, and most of those moves were to follow jobs. The way that this bill reduces the time frame required for holding a hunting or fishing license and expands the eligibility requirements to include the option of membership in a conservation organization are both steps in the right direction to ensure that decisions made by Fish and Game Commission align with changing demographics in our state and changing public interests. I'm a young professional who lives here in large part because of our native wildlife and non-game associated outdoor recreation, and would very much like to see a commission that really represents the interests of my peers in the outdoors. So for these reasons, I strongly support this bill or Representative Harvey's proposed amendment and urge the committee to vote it ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marks. Any questions for Ms. Marks? Seeing none in the room or none online. Thank you, Ms. Marks. I appreciate it. The last up is going to be Jason Stock. Jason, if you remember to unmute yourself, go ahead.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Jason Stock. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association. And our members own and manage over 1 million acres in the state of New Hampshire. We interact very closely with the Fish and Game Department. We conduct or do landowner education. We work cooperatively managing wildlife. They, of course, enforce hunting. They enforce OHRV use across my members' property. And we also have members who have conservation easements that the New Hampshire Fish and Game Department holds. So anything affecting or potentially affecting the composition of the Fish and Game Commission is of great interest to us. You can see we interact with them a lot, and changing the commission and ultimately the commission's goals, objectives, and how they view wildlife management. And we look at it from the context of science and law enforcement. For us, that is a concern. When we looked at House Bill 118, we saw a lot of what we'll call unintended consequences. And you've heard that throughout today's conversation, everything about the 501c3 to the license tenure. And so those were concerns that we share as well. And what's also of concern to us is I've heard of several, at least 2 amendments being proposed. Again, haven't had the chance to look at those, vet those with my members and the folks that are actually working with Fish and Game on the ground, and getting their perspective. And that's something that, again, before the committee acts, we would really appreciate the opportunity to see the amendment and have a chance to vet it. Because again, for us, this agency is critical, and it's really important. And I just want to come back to one last point, and that is we view the the Fish and Game Department and the commission which governs it, we view them as a law enforcement and science organization. And we've heard a lot today about recreation and including recreation. And I appreciate that as an individual who likes to recreate on the, in the state, I can appreciate that. But there is a Department of Natural and Cultural Resources that also has an advisory council that includes many of these recreational interests in the state. And again, I look at some of the intent behind this bill, and I have to question, is there redundancy with DNCR and kind of their mission to promote recreation, to promote camping in our parks, as well as, again, trail use and recreation on private land. So I wanted to raise these points. And again, we would be happy to, if there are subsequent work sessions or discussions about moving some type of change to the commission forward, we'd be happy to be a part of those discussions, given the importance of this agency to our members. But at this point, we speak in opposition to House Bill 118, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stock. Are any questions for Mr. Stock? Seeing none in the room, none online. Thank you, Jason, for your testimony. That brings us to the end of House Bill 118. We will adjourn from that public hearing, and we're going to be going into lunch. I just want to give you guys a couple heads up. There are 2 amendments to House Bill 118, as well as a couple other amendments that are sitting over there. I'd suggest you take a look at them before we come back to the work session. We'll be back in the work session in 1 full hour. So at 1:50, we'll come back for our work session. At the work session, we'll discuss the amendments, discuss what's going on, and then we'll move into executive session and vote on the bills. Are there any questions from the committee on our next process?
And Chairman Lang, you had mentioned in your email that the Democrats could caucus in this room for a half an hour. So are you assuming that's the first half hour or the second half hour? Or?
First half hour, so as members come back, they can come in the room and not have to stand out in the hallway.
Okay, so we can stay right here and
you can stay right there, and I promise I'll turn off the camera and the microphone.
Yeah, you know what? I don't really care. It's all right. Thank you.
So we're adjourned till or recess until 1:50. Thank you, people. Ms. Harvey, you can, and Representative Schiller, if you can hang out for 1 minute, I'm going to come chat with you.
Just really, huh? No, I'm not saying that. I got my lunch upstairs. Oh, sure, you leave right here. Nobody touches it. All right, that's all right. Another day. Excuse me. We were here, 7:30 this morning. We were upstairs on 307, waiting for everybody to come in.
Oh, I sent that email to everybody, said
I don't
8:15
have
here.
email.
Oh,
A lot of people
okay.
don't have email.
That I didn't realize, so I apologize for that. I sent an email out to everybody just saying, here's the outline of what's
I
going
knew
on.
something was wrong, so I wouldn't look at it. I go, there gotta be
You can turn the
something.
mic off and the video off.
Yeah, I gotta know that way, yeah, right. The rest of the thing.
I'm back. Oh, yeah, I don't want to miss. Just the way we said. It is a strange. Do you guys have any discussion on motions? Do what? Do you have any discussion on motions? Yeah, absolutely. I have people. Want to go out the hall or? Oh, all right. Do you guys want to make the motion? Sure. What does? I understand you got to move the children. You moved OTP, that's. If you would change the ground there. All right, back again.
We are starting to. So what I did was the search and rescue team, the advanced team, does a lot of the complicated rescue missions. And they work with volunteer groups all over the state. They organize their own citizens response groups to help us. And so one of the groups.
So what do you think about these?
Which one?
So there is a group working with us.
529. That's okay.
The goal of that group is to come up with a system.
Little amendments here. Let's see. 493.
429.
429?
529, I'm sorry.
Where in the heck was she from?
That was the
529.
cruelty to animals. You got a no on it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the cruelty to animal is the same bill we've had for the last couple of years. It never gets off the floor. I think cruelty to animals, I tabled it last year. And a gentleman by the name of John from Finance tabled it the year before.
Okay.
Because I'm a tuna fisherman. I fish 4 days a week, 3 days a week, 4 days a week. When I get a tuna on a boat, I whack them. It's like a baseball bat. It's called a tuna pounder. And I pound the hell out of him. So say I catch a codfish and I don't want the codfish. I brought him up from the depths. He blows his lungs out. I throw him back in. Is that cruelty to the animals? You know,
Throwing them back in?
Yeah, you got to throw them back in. You can't keep them.
Well, what the hell else you gonna do?
Well, that's it. You throw them on, the seagulls eat them.
Well, that's like my out there with my mowing machine in the hayfield, and you whack a fawn. You got to put them down.
Yeah. And same with rabbits.
Yeah.
You know.
So what about the pistols?
The what?
The pistol bill.
I think we're gonna, from if I heard the rumors right, we're gonna combine them. There's two of them.
Yeah, they want to pass both of them.
No, we're not gonna pass them.
I can't vote for it.
No.
842.
I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna combine them and put it in a workshop so they can work on it.
That's not what he wants to do. He's gonna move to pass it.
Yeah, what he wants to do and what's gonna be done is two different things.
Well, he's got his, okay. We'll see.
Do you know him by any chance?
No,
He got thrown off the committee last year for shooting a squirrel.
So guys, we're running a few minutes behind. It'll be about another 5 minutes or so.
Big time.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna.
Don't forget, your mics are all live.
Our mic is live.
So if you, the red button, if you push the red button, it
Yes, Mr. Chair. Press the red button, it stays on.
All right, guys, if we can take our seats, we'll move on. All right, guys, everybody in their seat, we'll wait for Representative Harvey. When you're ready, we're ready to start the work session. All right, I'll call the work session into hearing. We're here to do a work session on all the bills that were presented this morning. Just have a general discussion, make sure I'll summarize what everybody said to make sure everyone's clear on which way they want to vote. And then at the conclusion of the work session on all 6 bills, we'll jump into the executive session on all 6 bills. Is everybody clear on the procedure? Great. All right, so first up.
Question, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Representative Splay.
During the work session.
So the question was, will we allow the department or to answer questions? If a member has a question, the answer is yes. That's why I asked the Colonel to come and attend in person. So first up was House Bill 529 relative to cruelty of wild animal, fish, and wild birds. Is there the general consensus, I thought, on the committee was not to pass type of motion on this bill, that everyone seemed to think that there was a good need for this bill. I believe the Fish and Game Commission testified in favor of this bill. So we'll open up for discussions. Anybody have anything to say about House Bill 529? There being none, this is going to be a really quick work session. What about on video? I'm sorry, I wasn't looking at that. Does anybody on video have anything to say about House Bill 529? All right, moving on from House Bill 529. Next up is House Bill 192. This is relative to pistols permitted for taking deer. This bill was the bill that adjusted the number of calibers and increased the rounds to 6. The general consensus was this was, if I recall, a modernization, bringing the statute up to current technology, and increasing the rounds to 6 from 5 was an equity issue involving revolvers, and there were some accidental issues where people who were carrying revolvers, if it was for their personal safety, you'd only have 6 rounds, but if you're hunting with it, you could have 5, and it could potentially cause a problem with enforcement. And after hearing from Colonel Jordan, I think the department agreed on 6 rounds across the board was a good idea. So we'll open it up for discussion on that summary, and if anybody has anything to say about that. Representative Wolf, go ahead.
I believe that I heard the Colonel's, thank you for taking my question. I can go along with this based on the Colonel's thing. I am opposed to raising the number to 6, and especially on the next bill coming up. So it's a tough one for me.
Understood. Again, I think the idea was to have uniformity for enforcement powers was the best overall answer. Any other discussion on House Bill 192? Seeing none. Going to House Bill 342 relative to taking a game by certain lever action firearms. To summarize again, this would allow lever action carbines in the pistol and shotgun areas chambered in the same handgun rounds that are already allowed in handguns. I think the summary was that while this does increase potential muzzle velocity, that muzzle velocity increase is still less than some other rounds that are already allowed through the new technologies with shotguns and black powder rifles. And that we'll have, I believe, Representative Spillane will bring an amendment up in to adjust the statute that the Colonel referenced that limits the number of rounds to 5 and bring everything consistent with 6. Was there any other discussion on that? I know there was some discussion around municipalities. And again, this was a properly noticed meeting. So the municipalities, along with the New Hampshire Municipal Association, who I know from previous contact, very actively looks at legislation. So they had a chance to weigh in here, and they still have a chance to weigh in here. And as if we pass this bill with an OTPA, it'll still go to the Senate, and they'll have plenty of time to introduce and have conversation over in the Senate. So I'll open it up for discussion. Representative Wolf.
I like Representative Splain's amendment. It now is going to make it easier for the conservation officers to enforce the law equally. Everybody will have the same number of rounds in their weapons. I am concerned that this bill may backfire on us. And if the people in some of these towns that have voted certain limits end up banning things, we're going to have some awful egg on our face. I don't know what else we can do, but I'm going to vote against it for that very reason. I don't want to see further restrictions on hunting.
Thank you, Representative. So we're speaking, I think you're speaking to the fact that towns may not understand the message and the overall safety that we were just talking about, the fact that these weapons are, due to the accuracy, can increase safety, but that message is going to get lost. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Thank you. Anybody else have discussion on House Bill 342? Representative Love. Microphone, please.
I have the same concerns that Representative Wolf has. I don't want to see any towns closed down to hunting. And, the thought that I had was if we put this into a subcommittee and invited towns to come and, have Colonel Jordan do a ballistics and trajectory demonstration for them. Maybe not, but, just, I'm not talking about shooting across the room, but, bring some charts and, get them to be more comfortable. And that way we don't face that. It'd be probably a month, difference if we passed it this next session. I think we ought to tread lightly here and cover our bases.
Thank you, Representative Leopard. I'm close. I believe you had your hand up.
Yes, same thing as I said earlier about, I was in Merrimack when that went through Merrimack, and we had over 200 people show up, and they wanted to close all the land, period. And that was more or less the deal we had to let pistol hunting in Merrimack. And Bedford was right behind them, and there was a bunch of other towns also. I think here we're just opening a bucket of worms. I really do. I think if we let this go through, first place, hadn't had no public hearing. I think you should have had a public hearing, and you would have had quite a turnout, I'm sure. I just think a little more work should be done here because I think this is really trouble. Thank you.
So Representative Close, just to address one of your concerns, the public hearing was this morning. So again, it was a duly noticed public hearing that allowed anybody who wanted to attend. It was noticed in the calendar. To be clear, I want to clear up that misstatement that we did have a public hearing, and opportunity was there and presented for people to testify.
Not everybody was tuned in, I'm sure.
As always the case with the legislature with 600 and 700 bills, not everybody's always tuned into what's going on. Further question, Representative Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering, can we make the law, but can we do like the town and cities has to adopt this law by their own town election?
So I guess I looked at Colonel Jordan to understand. I'm not sure how much power the towns have to limit, not limit either pistols, handguns, rifles, shotguns, and how that plays out. So if you want to answer that, Colonel, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, they can come up with it. It's kind of a complicated answer to it, but hopefully I can understand. So that a town can come up with any town ordinances that they would like. They cannot shut down a hunting season that's legal in other places in the state, but they can they can restrict what's used for a firearm, for instance. The problem that creates is us as a state agency, through New Hampshire law under 206-26, we can't enforce town ordinances. So the only ones that would be able to enforce that would be the local police departments. So that would be complicated to do what you're suggesting. If you are concerned about how the towns are going to react, I think a better thought would be to send it over to municipal committee and let the town, if you think that's necessary, and let the towns review it there. If there's a belief that they pay more attention to that committee than they do ours. I agree with the chairman. I think it's been noticed. We've had it, it's been out. I think if people were concerned about it, that they would be here. But I also worry that a knee-jerk reaction would shut a whole town down. They could shut their land down and not allow people access to their properties, and that would hurt the sportsmen and women. So I have a concern about that. I share that concern.
Thank you, Colonel. And to be clear, I just want to, you said they can't shut the hunting season down, but they could close municipal land to hunting is what your statement is.
And they can come up with their own town law. When they start interfering with state law, they don't have that authority.
Thank you. Representative Spillane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to clarify something, Colonel Jordan, because it's runs counter to my belief as someone who sat on the budget committee and accepted donated lands to the town for many, many years. There was an understanding and a law that said that you could not restrict that land from use by every person in the community if it was owned by the community, that they were able to say, for example, take parts of the land and say you can't use an ATV or a motorcycle on it, but they could not shut hunting down. And we, in fact, successfully made them reopen some lands they tried to close in Deerfield when they tried to shut those down after they were donated to the town. So a municipal parcel that's owned by all the people in the community cannot be shut down so that certain community members cannot use it for hunting, in my belief.
Well, they can actually. In some towns have tried that. Merrimack was a huge battle. They were going to close all their town. I agree with you. They can't shut down the public access to it, but they could restrict certain types of activity on it based on a whole host of reasons. And what they would use, I think in this case, would be safety. They'd be concerned about public safety and well-being. So I think I don't know. I would think they would have some success if they wanted to do that.
Follow up.
And going on that, we just talked about municipal lands. How much governance would they have if I owned a 200-acre tract of land within that town to tell me I can no longer hunt on my land?
I don't think they could do that.
Or could open it to another person to hunt on my land?
I don't think they could control private properties. I'd be concerned just about town properties. I don't think I know private properties they wouldn't have any authority on. No. But town lands, they would.
So, Colonel, to be clear, the town could make an ordinance relevant only to the land owned by the town, but not any other land that's owned in the community by any private person.
That's correct.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I'm sorry, Representative Dontonville, you had your hand raised. And unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I kind of echo the same remarks by Representative Wolf. I think that it needs to go to municipal because even though it was duly noticed as a public meeting, I know my town, small town, is dealing with a myriad of issues, and we have a new town administrator, and I'm sure he may not be attuned to looking at Fish and Game for issues that might be impacting the town. I think it would be a matter of public relations to afford the towns an opportunity to at least have a hearing in municipal so that they could present themselves in that manner. It sounds legitimate to me. It's good. My major concern was safety, but the Colonel and Representative Spillane have kind of allayed my fears there. But I still think a matter of public relations, I hate to say this, but public relations is to at least give the municipalities a heads up. and to hope that it goes to the Senate where they will deal with it. We're often told in the House, we don't even consider people on the other side of the wall. At least that's what my inference has always been. I think we need to give the municipalities a shot at it, because I think it is naive to think that just because it was duly noted, they're going to show up. I think it's going to fall through the cracks. So that's my my take on it.
So we're in luck in that in this room, we have a former Speaker of the House that I can ask a question of somewhere. So Representative Shriver, maybe you can answer that. Is there a way for a chair to, well, not require, but at least make a recommendation to leadership that this bill be referred to a second committee without, it's just probably a preference rather than an actual vote?
That chair has the right to, if you want, the concurrence of the committee to not take the bill, but that could be a recommendation.
So I'd consider, if we did no TP motion, I would consider doing that for the committee, if that's its will, to make a recommendation that this bill be referred over to municipal and county government to give the chance for another hearing over there that municipal association could weigh in on.
With that recommendation, your word that that's what we'll do, I could support this bill.
Thank you. Any further discussion on House Bill 342? There being none, we'll move on to House Bill 490, which, I'm sorry, permitted use of live action game cams. I think summarize the testimony. I think we heard there were a lot of problems with this bill, but there are also some concerns going forward. There was some discussion around allowing people with disabilities, as well as creating some sort of trespass statute there, talking about the fact that you have to have the permission of the landowner before putting a live game cam on there. So what I was hearing from that was that we were asking Fish and Game to go back and do some rulemaking, and maybe a good idea would be to retain this bill for another year to use as a vehicle with Fish and Game to be able to put anything we need to into statute. If that is not anybody else's understanding, we'll open it up and have a discussion. Representative Close. Sorry, Craig.
Could I ask a question of the Colonel?
Absolutely, go ahead.
So regarding this, if we leave this to rulemaking, I believe the rules for tree stands are already that you have to have permission to place on private land, and they have to be tagged with your name.
No, well, I don't want to interrupt you, but I'll lose track. Too many of these. No, it doesn't have, they have to have landowner permission, Representative Craig, if in fact they do damage to the property. So a climber, for instance, like what I use, I think Representative Swain uses, you don't need landowner permission. If you cut tree branches, you do, and there is not a requirement to have your name. A lot of hunters do that to identify the skull, but there's not a requirement for that. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, it's okay. I misunderstood then. Yeah, I misunderstood, but I was thinking that it would be very easy to roll game cams in a similar type of scheme.
And we also have to we ask the baiters to get landowner permission, so a camera is not a stretch. It is something, prior to the Farm Bureau mention of it, it is something that we take a lot of questions. Landowners are surprised when they find out there is not a requirement for it, so it might be in our best interest to do that. I spoke with my rules analyst at lunch, Paul Sanderson, and discussed possibly doing this if they were in favor of moving in that direction. So.
Excellent. Follow up?
Not for the Colonel, but just for the committee at large. I would say that I would support going through the rulemaking process, but restrictions on game cameras in general would apply to everyone. And there's lots of people who aren't hunting who put game cams out. You know, we have our folks up in Pittsburgh who feed the deer despite Fish and Game warning them not to every year. They still do, but they have their cameras out there. Or just as was brought up, near homes, people use security cameras for the same thing, and they can be connected to the internet, and you can get instant readings off of those. So Yeah.
Excellent. Any further discussion on House Bill 490? It sounds like when we get to the executive session, the idea is we'll retain this bill, use as a vehicle after rulemaking to see if any adjustments need to be made to law. There be none. Moving on. House Bill 241, an act relative to trout. Again, I think what we discovered through this bill, if I can, all the testimony, I think this is the most number of speakers we had, even with the commission bill. This bill had the most number of speakers, but I do think the consensus was this is there's a problem with how tightly tied the regulations are to this definition, and to change this definition creates a huge amount of problem in regulations. And so even with the amendment that we put forward, that was considered being put forward, and I think if I heard Fish and Game right, what they'd like to do is work with us on this bill to be able to, between rulemaking and readopting, this language later on, we'll retain it again, use it for a vehicle for any law changes that we need down the road based on the regulatory things they're going to do. We heard from Mr. Walsh, I believe his name was, who will submit a petition to Fish and Game to start the rulemaking process. So is there any other discussion on 241?
Mr. Chair, I'll just quickly, Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
I will just quickly say that the amendment I drafted, I had consulted with local organizations about the bill and had become aware, with the understanding that it might likely pass, had become aware of the language problems in the bill. So I did like 2 days of like a crash course in trout. And I came up with this amendment, which is an improvement, but I wholeheartedly support retaining it.
Excellent. Thank you. We'll make sure we get that amendment over to Fish and Game to help them with the beginning basis of the bill. Anything else on House Bill 241 relative to trout? Seeing none. Next bill, House Bill 118 relative to Fish and Game Commission. You have before you 2 amendments that they were on the table back there, and I hope that lunchtime you had a chance to look at it. Each amendment does things just slightly different. And what I'll do is I'll give a few minutes to each sponsor to be able to speak to their amendment. So if people have questions on the bill, we'll start with Representative Harvey's amendment. So if you want to speak to your amendment, Representative Harvey, you may.
I think I probably summarized things pretty accurately this morning. I told you what the process I used to come up with the bill. I talked about how I met with Fish and Game, and we changed participating groups to nominating groups because that was the duty that those organizations were being tasked with at the moment. And I talked about the license being reduced from, the bill has 2 years out of the previous 5. The amendment, again, suggested by New Hampshire Fish and Game, was 4 out of the previous 7. They felt 2 years was not enough experience, and I felt that 5 years was too long, so there was a compromise there. And I think the last thing was the idea that ecology was added as an area of expertise, and it was defined as fish and game ecology. So I think I pretty much covered it this morning, but I'll be happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Representative Harvey?
Great.
There being none, we'll move on to Representative Spillane, Howard's, and Reed's amendment, so they can talk about. Oh, I got a question. Representative Close.
Yes. Are we going to discuss this bill later on? Or is this if
we're going to go from this is the last time we'll have a discussion before the vote. And what I want to do is get the amendments on the table so we understand what we're talking about. Then we can talk about the whole bill as a whole if we want. So everyone understands how all the pieces work together.
Yes, I talked about the whole bill.
Yep. Can we let Representative Spillane do his amendment, and then we'll go on to the entire bill as a whole.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Spillane, if you want to speak to your amendment to this bill that you'll be considering.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a bipartisan, multi-hands amendment to try to rectify a situation that we've been kicking around as a softball for many years. We have made basically all of the changes that the commission was looking to have done in their discussions on the other amendment, but we have specifically added a breakdown that says under the qualifications for commissioners, we will allow one who's from the seacoast out of the 11. We have kept the fact that no more than 6 commissioners shall be members of the same political party. And the reason we did that, even though the commission asked us not to, is because we feel it keeps a better balance on the commission. And technically, if anybody decides to call themselves undeclared, they don't fit either party anyway. So anybody who is going to run for commission and is smart enough to call themselves undeclared, and I would say we probably want really smart people running for our commission, is going to go ahead and make themselves undeclared, and then this stuff becomes a non-issue. But we have said that we have allowed 3 members to be scientists, and that person who's a scientist must have, where do we get to that scientist list?
Either a graduate degree or a bachelor's in 5 years.
So at least 3 of the 10 commissioners appointed pursuant to subparagraph 1A shall be qualified by holding a graduate degree in one of the following fields or an undergraduate degree with at least 5 years experience of employment as a scientist in one or a combination of the following fields. And we give 8 very specific fields that the person only qualifies if they're in, and they're all related to wildlife management and ecology management here in the state. They are very, very narrowly defined simply because we don't want to allow extraneous sciences to be considered for the Fish and Game Commission. These are all people that normally the Fish and Game Commission already takes the advice of, and we're saying that no more than 3 positions there. The 3 positions will be those, and the rest of the 10, not counting the 1 person on the seacoast, are all regular, as we do now. They're all people who are active outdoors persons, but in it we close what I perceive as a slight loophole in the way that we do this, in that currently the requirement says you have to hold the license for 5 of 10 years, but it doesn't say you have to use that license for anything. So you could essentially buy your way onto the commission by buying a lifetime license and sitting on it for 5 years and never being a person who goes out and hunts and fishes and traps and be getting that experience in the outdoors that we consider so valuable to the commission and that we want to encourage. So by closing this loophole, we basically say that you need to have the license for 7 of the last 10 years, and you also have to engage in the taking of game for the purposes of hunting or trapping by having tagged or sealed the game or the furs, or you have to sign an affidavit under penalty of perjury that you are an active user of your hunting and fishing license. And that is my understanding, having talked with many of the commissioners, that they already sign an affidavit when they are applying for the position of commissioner. So this would just be one more line in the governor's affidavit that is signed for the executive council upon nomination. I don't believe there's any other big changes here. We did add the fact that they will lose their office if they move out of their district, and they can be suspended for bad behavior. And I believe that is the nut and bolt part of our amendment.
I have an additional comment that came up during caucus, and it's just for the consideration of this committee, not necessarily action. And that is on page 3, top line. This is the requirements for those 7 commissioners who have hunting licenses. Be active outdoors persons, should say and active outdoors persons who hold a resident fishing, hunting, or trapping license. Yes. And in Representative Harvey's amendment, resident was removed. I believe that was a change that the commission was okay with. I am fine if this committee is fine with removing the word resident, and the reason would be so that someone who has been an active hunter in another state could move here more recently than say 7 years ago and still be able to qualify.
So those are the two amendments, even given Representative Spillane's use of an analogy somewhere between kicking a softball. Not sure how that works, but
Malapropism on purpose.
So we'll go on to open the discussion up for the original bill and the amendments, and free for all. Anybody who wants to speak on either of these topics, go ahead, and we'll go from there. We'll start with Representative Laflamme, who's online and requests to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually have two questions. One question for you and one question for Representative Spillane. I guess I'll start with the question for you, Mr. Chairman. Do you have the blue sheet numbers for this bill?
Yep, stand by 1 second. $36 in support, 131 opposed.
Well, at least people, Representative Spillane, thank you. You mentioned, and I agree with you, the importance of having hunting and fishing or trapping experience, to the point where we wish to have the commissioners, well, 7 of them at least, to have at least 7 years of hunting and fishing licenses, because it's very important that they have the experience. Why don't we require that for all the commissioners, and we are exempting 3 of them?
That's a good question. If it was up to me, I would probably go ahead and require that for all of them. But just as I feel that it might be hard to find 3 scientists willing to run and who would get appointed, and I had wanted to put language in that said up to 3, so that we could have 3 or less scientists if we couldn't find a scientist in that category willing to serve. It might be difficult to find scientists qualifying willing to serve who also hold a hunting license. And it's one of the negotiations and trade-offs I made to make this a bipartisan bill.
So I have Representative Goley in the attendees. I'm going to let him be unmuted and ask. I'm not sure if he's got a question or wants to make a point, but normally wouldn't do that, but he is a representative, so I'm going to give him the courtesy of doing that.
He's allowed to talk if he unmutes.
Representative Goley, if you want to unmute yourself, although that could be Heather.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the time. Bouncing back and forth between as my meetings going committee and watching your meeting at the same time. I think I agree with a number of the organizations out there, especially the New Hampshire Wildlife Federation, opposed to this bill. I think the commission has done a good job. Well, there have been maybe a hiccup here or there. I think overall, the job they have done, some people thinking that they have too much to task to do. I think if you speak to anyone out there in the community, will tell you that for what they have and the staff that they have, it is remarkable, the services that they provide. I will also go on to say that while some folks want to have individuals representing outdoor activities, I think a good comment was made that the Parks Division and what they do with the natural resources and the board that they have might be a better place for these folks if that's what they want to do. So I think there are avenues for them to be active in the activities that they want to partake in. With that being said, as the bill as written, I would not support. I think the scientific aspect, we all know that Fish and Game does have biologists and highly qualified biologists on board to answer any of the questions that you may get from having a scientist on board on a commission. That's the purpose of having qualified individuals in your department. When you're leading, you look for the answers from within, and if you can't get them within, there are a number of agencies out there that you can reach out to. And we do that. The director has reached out to our organization, the Congressional Sportsmen's Foundation, a number of times for information, what other states are doing, and we've helped out with that. So at this time, I would be opposed. I'd be probably, I mean, there are a number of unanswered questions and which ways to go, whether language needs to be changed or re-amended, that it's probably worthwhile to retain and work a little further on it. It's not ready for prime time. But thank you for taking the comment.
Thank you, Representative Goldie. Anybody, so on the committee, we'll open this up for general discussion and we'll start with Representative Howard over there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to get a clarification here, so I know I'm looking at this the right way. Does the commission make recommendations on all the divisions of Fish and Game Department?
Maybe the Colonel wants to answer. I think the answer is yes, but I'll let the Colonel.
I mean, I guess the commission involved with HOIVs and,
Yes.
this type.
So, yes, anything that the commission has legal or statutory authority over has to be presented to them. So things like donations that come into the agency, proposed legislation, we cannot propose any legislation without their prior review and approval. Policy making positions regarding game seasons, opening and closing, right down to non-game and fisheries, although fisheries is a bit limited because of an old history law that was, a lot of fisheries is informational rather than regulatory. So yes, we as, I like to explain it to people that are unfamiliar, we as professionals, so our biologists, which I will tell you are the best in the country, as far as I'm concerned, both inland and wildlife, we have plenty of staff, educated staff in that agency that does an outstanding job of managing our wildlife resources in spite of what anyone in the state says. I can give you any number of examples of how that has been successful. From turkeys to moose to increased deer populations, they do an outstanding job. And then they make their recommendations to the commission and a very non-aggressive, a very aggressive non-game group that has really come a long ways in the last few years in bringing back almost extinct species. So we have the talent, we have the scientists, as far as I'm concerned, we have that there. So they make these presentations to the committee and then the commission on it, and then the commission has to view things a little differently, and this is where some of us struggle, but they're looking at the big picture. They're not looking at a law enforcement issue. They're looking at the law enforcement issue and how it affects the agency as a whole. And they're also, they've got to consider social issues, which is something I don't always have to worry about. They have to look at all of that. So it's a big job, but we have the scientists on board to do that.
And just a quick follow-up. So that would also include like boater access?
Yes.
No. Okay.
Yeah, voting access, anything the department, I can't say everything the department's involved in, but most of what the department is involved in, this commission is brought up to speed. Remember, it's like you, it's a volunteer organization. I mean, there's no, so you're asking people with professional lives to commit hundreds of hours of time to help us with this, and that's what we're getting. So I'm a little leery of requiring education for, and this is just me now, because you've given me the mic. So I'm a little leery sitting there reading that of holding or asking the commissioner to be held to a higher standard than would be required to be a Speaker of the House. or president of our Senate. I mean, neither one of those positions require any education, right? No bachelor's degree. No, I shouldn't say that, but they don't require a bachelor's degree. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to me when you say 3 of the 10 should have bachelor's degrees. And then my next thought is, so who gets them? What county is going to have the smart ones? How do you have that? So there's a lot of issues with that, I think, that I would, but they we make presentations to them where they hold, and they don't always agree Certainly, you heard that today. They don't always agree with everything that we present, and sometimes that falls to us. Sometimes, quite frankly, they're wrong. That's just the way it is. But it's a system that is designed for give and take. And I think they make more right decisions by far than they do wrong, in my experience.
No, thank you for the answer.
I'm sorry, that's probably a lot more than that.
So I'll let Representative Harvey go, but I figure you might want to dig yourself out of that hole you just dug with the spear. Representative Harvey, go ahead.
So I hear everything that you're saying, Colonel Jordan, and I can appreciate that. You know, I kind of agree with a bachelor's and master's and PhD and so forth. And that's why in my amendment, I just called it coursework, because there's many courses that are offered by various organizations, adult education, the CALL program in Keene, Harris Center, Pisgah Park, and they're relatively free, they're local, you can take advantage of them, and it's good education. But although I'm not opposed to a scientist, I have a master's plus 15, my husband's a PhD in immunology, so I'm not opposed to a scientist, but it might be something that we should consider. And the other thing that's left out of the bill is volunteer work. You know, we have many volunteers out there that work in support of Fish and Game. I'm sure you see that in your non-game department. So, you know, there are still some questions, but I just bring this up because you mentioned it, but as a whole, I don't necessarily have a problem with that, but it is something that as Representative Goley and you mentioned, that maybe we want to think about a little bit more.
And the other thing to remember, I think, is it's important, is that the biologists, the fisheries biologists, wildlife biologists, non-game, law enforcement people are doing it 40 hours or better every week. And we're asking commissioners to come in on a very limited time frame to make these decisions. So they really have to rely on the information that we bring. That's why, you know, it has to be good information, quality information. I think it's more important to worry about that end of the building being at a level of scientists and skilled at their jobs, more so than the volunteer group that's going to spend 4 hours a month, basically, or maybe it's actually more than that, but not a lot more than that. Certainly not 40 hours a week.
Right. Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
So,
I'm sorry.
so I guess I'm asking, I don't know where we are in our deliberations here. You call this a work session. So, and Representative Reed brought up the idea of taking out the word resident. So I don't know if we're, you know, thinking about changes that we want in either of the amendments, or are we, I'm asking.
We're in work session right now. Everything is on the table to discuss.
Okay, so that's my discussion with that. Although I'm happy with leaving that alone, I would like the resident taken out, and just my 2 cents or 4 cents.
Representative Reed.
Thank you. So just a couple points of clarification, and I brought up the thing about resident in case this committee wanted to have another amendment drafted that removed that. Also, we may just decide to support an amendment either on the floor or in the Senate to do that, but I just wanted to put it out there. The point about education. So obviously, and just because it's something, most of my stuff is in election law. Elected officials, when you're elected, the people have a right to be represented by who they select. And so if they select someone who is completely uneducated, it's still their choice. So that's why we can't have requirements. There's been numerous bills in the past trying to put requirements on people for running for office, and they are almost universally struck down as unconstitutional, because if the people select that person is their representative, regardless of their qualifications. However, we do want people who know what they're doing in charge of our departments in general. And I will point out, in current RSA, it says that all of the commissioners will have 5 years experience in one or a combination of certain fields, which may be demonstrated by the study at the undergraduate, graduate level, or employment. So it already has a kind of education requirement already in current RSA.
Thank you. And just explained how I got elected. Representative Love, I believe you had your hand up.
Yes, I did. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm opposed to this bill in its entirety, and pretty much the reason for it. Last year we had a bill, I forget which one it was, but there was a man from Massachusetts that came up, and he was a trapping instructor and a licensed guide in 7 states, and had all kinds of outdoor credentials, I guess you could call it. And he said, you know what, in New Hampshire, you have the best, bar none, fish and game department in the country. Don't mess it up. Leave it alone. Okay. I think that's what we should be doing. I fishing in New Hampshire for 55 years. I have never seen the deer herd in good shape. Okay. I've never seen so many coyotes. I've never seen so many bobcats. I've never seen so many turkeys. Okay. I've never been able to go to Lake Winnipesaukee and have a real good shot of grabbing a 5 or 6 pound fish. Those things haven't happened. And this has all happened under this commission. This group of commissioners, they've done as fine a job as you can ask for. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. There were a few people that were talking about the money end of it, and Pittman Robinson funds and stuff like that. And I'm not sure what the numbers are. Okay, I know I'm about $160 a year in license fees for the state of New Hampshire. Okay, I hunt and fish a lot, and I don't think too many of these people that go out wildlife watching do that. This fish and game department does not run on sprinkles, bubble gum, and unicorns. We have to, the people that are paying the money should have the say. That old saying, "He who pays the piper chooses the song." It's got to apply here, because if things don't run right, and the deer population starts falling off, or you're not able to catch some decent fish, I'm going to Maine. I'm going somewhere else. I'm not going to spend my money here. That have if it happened on a widespread, a lot of people did that. That'd be pretty devastating to the fish and game department. And we got to look at that. The people that are complaining that they want a seat on the panel, they're not the ones putting in the dough. Thanks.
Appreciate that. Further discussion, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just going back to our amendment, Spillane, Reed, and Howard. I would feel more comfortable under page 3, line 9, where it says at least 3 of the 3 of the 10 commissioners appointed pursuant to paragraph 1A shall be qualified by holding. Can we strike shall and put may? And that way there, we're not looking for someone to meet a certain qualification to fill a position when we don't have anybody stepping up to the plate.
That may not.
So under section C, you're talking about?
Yes, where it says shall, and we all know that shall has a different meaning than may or will. And that would go to Colonel Jordan's argument about, forcing at least 3 members being scientists.
Well, I guess the question is that would leave no qualifications for 3 members when you put may in there, but I could see if you wanted to change section C to say up to 3 of the 10 commissioners, and then that leaves some leeway. If we don't have a scientist apply, we already have 1, or we have none, it doesn't matter. But it would allow at least up to 3 to be waived on the hunting requirements and be able to be seated if they're a scientist.
Yeah, that makes more sense. I don't want to see us in a situation where we can't fill a position because we're not having someone who has that particular degree to step up.
Representative Spillane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since I had made that suggestion initially, I would be in favor of saying up to 3, but that would also require a change in the 7 out of 10 to say, to remove the no more than 7 and say at least 7, because you would need to be able to fill the other unoccupied spaces if you couldn't find enough scientists with people who've met the qualifications of the licensing.
Representative Craig.
The language problem with changing it to up to 3 would be that I understand the logic instead of requiring that 3 of them be qualified by education and experience. But if you say up to 3, if you've got your 3 scientists filled, and you're looking to fill another commissioner slot, or if a long-standing commissioner happens to meet those qualifications, somebody's got to go.
So if, I guess the way I would read that is that if I've already met the qualifications under the hunter provision, I can be a hunter plus a scientist. And so you could do either or both. So you would fit it either way. So you wouldn't have to, just because you were a scientist and a hunter doesn't mean, and we had 3 scientists, you can't have a 4th scientist that's also a hunter and meets all the other provisions. I don't know if anybody else feels that. That's the way I read it.
The way, Mr. Chair. So I just,
Representative Reed.
yes, and I was just explaining this to my neighbor here. So the at least language is intentional to allow that kind of overlap. So you have at least three scientists. If you want more scientists, they also happen to have to be hunters, but it allows you to have that overlap. If you say no more than or up to, then you run into the problem that Representative Craig pointed out, but also you may have a situation, well, how do they qualify? If you say up to, how would they qualify? If you're saying they may be a scientist, so they don't have to be a scientist.
No, yeah, I think we still leave the shall in there. The question is that, is it a hard 3 or 1, 2, or 3?
So the hunters, the 7 hunters are also at least, and by doing at least 7 and at least 3, that means that in either direction, you could end up with a commission of 11 hunters who are also scientists. You see what I'm saying?
Representative Love.
Could we amend that to something on the idea of if no one steps forward to fill the seat, under these qualifications, it reverts back to the hunter. That way we don't have empty seats. You give them 2 or 3 months to leave the position open.
Representative Spillane.
So are you suggesting we add a no suitable candidate provision?
Yes.
I mean, 1 second here. I got to catch up here. I'm trying to find where the language. There it is. At least 7 of the attorney commission opponent shall. Representative Harvey, go ahead.
So I'm confused. If it's saying at least 3, then why would you have to have a no suitable candidate line?
I believe the problem that's being proposed is the case where for a given county, there may not be a candidate who qualifies, who is willing to do the job or be nominated.
Right, I understand that, but there's nothing in here that is talking about which county that scientist is going to.
No,
and that was what Colonel Jordan was saying, how do we decide where it goes? So
they can be from any county, but when a position comes up, it's for one county. So as the governor has to fill a position, it is always for that one county.
So as much as I loathe to say this, because I hate kicking the can down the road for anybody, with the amount of discussion we're having about amendments, proposals, and changes, I'm wondering whether retain is the appropriate motion to hold this so we can fix the amendments that we want, and we can bring it up later. The other option is we pass it as it is, and we hope the Senate jumps on board and does the changes we want, which is never a sure thing. So Representative Closey, it looks like you have that look on your face. You really want to say something.
Yes, sir. I'd like to have the major come up just for a minute. The colonel, I'm sorry. I keep referring to him major.
That's what you can call him major after what he just said about the legislature. I'm sure that's fine.
Yeah. I got just one question for you. Now, I don't know how many years experience you have. By the hash marks, it looks like 30. Have you ever had trouble with the commissioners of Fish and Game?
Disagreements, yes.
Yes.
But that's what's supposed to happen.
That's correct.
Like this one. Disagreements where when I've been able to come in here and convince you to go in a direction that we want, and then disagree and go out the door and accept it. We've had that with the commission as well.
Thank you very much.
Typically, personal experience, I've had excellent luck with my commission.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
But we disagree.
And everybody, I'm sure, has read all about commissioners in the book. It's about 3 pages. I'm sure we're all up on that.
So
I just want to say one thing, that no reflection on Mrs. Harvey. She's done a lot of work on this bill, but I don't see this bill at all. I've been protecting this Fish and Game Commission since 1989, when we first had the first bill, when I was in the House on the commission. And by God, it's the same thing. People were arguing back and forth, and we got no place about it. And that's how it's been. And I've attended 9 years of it. And it's been the same thing. Change the commission, change the commission. These men in the commission, they give their time up every week to come in and do what business they have to do. They don't get paid for it. And they get a lot of criticism from all these so-called experts in the state of New Hampshire. And I've been with a lot of them, and they're a bunch of beauties. I don't think the Fish and Game Commission should take any slack from anybody. They've done a great job. They keep us out of trouble. The department looks good. We haven't had no trouble with the law enforcement department. Everybody's been good. And just look at our herds, look at our stock, look at our turkeys, look at our deer. Everything's really good in the state of New Hampshire. So when I hear people talk and they want to do this and they want to put a scientist in, and then they go to the page 3 and they want to put conservation, that belongs underneath the farm department, not the fish and game department. And our department is fish and game. Very, very simple words. And that's what we should be sticking to, fish and game. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Close. Representative Reed.
Thank you. So there's something called survivor bias. Probably most of you are familiar with it. As an example, I just read this story literally 2 days ago. After World War II, or maybe during World War II, Allied planes would come back with a bunch of bullet holes in different parts, and they measured exactly what parts of the planes actually had the most bullet holes. And their immediate response was, well, that's the part of the plane that we need to actually put more armor on, because that's where their bullet holes are getting. And it was actually a mathematician that came and said, no, these are the planes that are returning. These are the planes that came back. These are not the planes that crashed. So this means that these are the parts of the plane that it's okay that they're taking damage on. So that's survivor bias. The fact that hunters, avid hunters who, I can say nothing bad of, they want to have conservation in the state. They want to have good hunting opportunities in the state. The fact that they are benefiting from the current makeup is great. But the people who are not benefiting from the current makeup are the ones that are being left out. And I have to say, we have no further to look than the fact that you have heard that there's a problem with the commission for every single one of those years since 1980, whatever it was, right? The fact that this bill has come up in some form or another 8 different times. There are people who are feeling left out. And to say that, oh, it works great for us because our people are the ones in charge and they're the only ones in charge, doesn't mean that there's not a problem. And I will also say that there are a lot of other states that have really great hunting opportunities, who do things differently, that do diversify their commission, put scientists on their commission. States like Texas and Colorado and Montana, they have excellent hunting opportunities as well, but they do put other people on that commission. So I just want to encourage us to not fall into the trap of survivor bias.
Representative Harvey.
Well, mostly I want to say to Representative Close that I take no offense to anything you say. We've been friends for a couple years, and I hope we'll go on being friends. So you go ahead and say whatever you want to say. I'm okay with it. But I would like to point out, yes, I have read these 3 pages so many times. I think I have them memorized and I can say it in my sleep. So I would like to point out, though, when you say it's their responsibility is fish and game, if you look under the duties of a commissioner, and number one, top of page 25 in my green book, I don't know what color you have, but the first word that comes as a duty of the commissioners is conservation. Not fish and game, it's conservation. And the second word is protection. So although we're still friends, I do disagree that it is just fish and game. The words right there are conservation, protection.
Representative Close, do you want to respond?
Yes. That was brought out at the last hearing for the new director we had, and the word conservation showed up several times. The director of the Farm Bureau suggested that if Fish and Game wanted to talk about conservation, they should come to the Farm Bureau. That's where that falls under, not Fish and Game. That was right from the director or the commissioner. That was right from the commissioner. That's where I get that from. Thank you.
Does anybody else have anything to say? Okay. So the one thing I'll say, because I get the microphone, is that I sat on a 3-hour meeting with Representative Harvey with the commissioners discussing this very bill. And it seemed to me that, again, the commissioners were open and accepting of the fact that the statute needs updating. And it's why they're willing to work with trying to get an amendment out, to get an amendment that fit what their requirements were, what they felt their needs were. And given the conversation, again, of the back and forth around the amendment, and I think there's a majority support for the bill, but I think there's still some questions around the amendment from the discussion we've been listening to. So I would think that, again, the smart move would be to retain this bill, to work on the amendment to fit the couple of needs we had around, up to versus minimum requirement at least 3. There was an and/or conversation that came out as part of the discussion of the bill itself during the time. So I think probably a retained motion makes sense going forward for this committee to give us a mechanism to allow us to get the commission to weigh in and work with us to develop an amendment that they feel works for them. I too also looked at the Fish and Game website, and the first word in their mission statement is conserve, then manage, then protect. Sorry, Colonel. But the first two has to do with managing and conserving our resources. And when you talk about the Fish and Game, there's 3 more words that go with that committee, and that is and marine resources. And it's about the resources, not fish and game. It's about managing the fish, the game, and marine resources. And I think that it's not unreasonable to say we want some decent people setting policy for us that have experience in the background. So I think that's also what the commission was getting to as well. So that being said, unless there's anything further we want to discuss, we can start moving into executive session. So I'll open it up for discussion on all bills. They're being done. I will, Representative Wolf, go ahead.
Just a question, a point of order. If you take these bills in the order that we've discussed them, 529 and 192 and 342. And 342 is the one that was going to get referred to a second committee. So
that was the one I was going to ask. I'll make a recommendation to the leadership that 342 be referred to the municipal and county government committee.
Would you then leave it up to the second committee to pass it, or would we pass it?
So we have to pass it and move it as a policy. We agree on a fish and game policy. This works. And then they would decide whether on a municipal policy it would work for them.
Thank you. But my question then comes, if they decide that they don't want it as a policy, that they shoot it down, then you've got the six bullets here and the other one. Am I right?
I completely understand. I completely agree. Catch-22 is when we refer to a second committee. You have no idea what the second committee is going to do with it.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further discussion? There being none, we will close the work session and move into our executive session of the House Fish and Game and Marine Resources Committee. And I will look, opening up the executive session on House Bill 529. And I would look to Representative Smith for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion to OTP House Bill 529 FN.
Thank you for that promotion, but I lost that vote. But I recognize your motion for OTP. And
I apologize.
And Representative Love, I believe you're looking to.
Mr. Chairman.
A second. So it's been moved by Representative Smith and seconded by Representative Love to move OTP for House Bill 529. Any further discussion?
Having no further discussion, I will look to the clerk to call the roll. If you are on remote and you're voting, you need to have your camera on for your vote to be counted.
The motion on HB 529 is ought to pass. Please vote by signifying yea or nay. Representative Khan. Representative Close.
Yes.
Representative Spillane.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Yay.
Representative Craig.
Yes.
Representative Love.
Yes.
Representative Wolf.
Yes.
Representative Kittredge. One moment. Representative Dostie is not here. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
I apologize. Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Harvey. Representative Laflamme.
Yes.
Representative Dontonville.
Yes.
Representative King.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Martin, sorry, Jack filling in for
Yes.
Representative. Thank you. Representative Ruprecht is still absent. Representative Shirtliff. Representative Ellis.
Yes.
Representative Oxall.
Yes.
Chairman Lang votes yes.
And sorry, Mr. Chair. My apologies, Mr. Chair. This is my first day on the job. Only if I'm lucky, the vote is 19 to 1.
19 to 1.
Move consent.
First off, I need her to recount because I'm pretty sure we don't have 20. I'm not sure. Do we have 21 members?
1 second.
We only have one person missing.
I had 18.
19 to 1. So it's been motioned at 19 to 1 to OTP, and without objection, it would go on consent.
Yes.
Moving on. House Bill 192, relative to pistol permitted for taking deer. I look to Representative Love for a motion.
I make a motion of OTP.
It's been moved OTP by Representative Love. Looking at Representative Smith for a second.
I'm going to say this correctly. Mr. Chairman, I second that motion.
So it's been moved and seconded and brought to pass on House Bill 192 as written. Any further discussion on House Bill 192? The motion is OTP, ought to pass. Seeing none, I'll have the clerk call the roll.
The clerk needs a little bit of time, Mr. Chair. All right, the motion on HB 129 is ought to pass. Sorry, 192. Representative Khan.
Yes.
Representative Close.
No.
Representative Spillane.
Yes.
Representative Howard.
Okay.
Representative Craig.
Yes.
Representative Love.
Yes.
Representative Wolf.
Unfortunately, no.
Representative Kittredge.
Yay.
Representative Dostie.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Harvey. Representative Laflamme.
Yes.
Representative Dontonville.
Yes. Sorry.
No worries. Representative King.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Jack.
Yes.
Representative Shirtliff.
Yeah.
Representative Ellis.
No.
Representative Oxel,
Yes.
and Mr. Chair.
Yes.
See, it's tricky because you come first, but I have to skip you. The total is 17-3.
Unless there's an objection on committee, that bill will go on consent. Hearing no objection, the bill will be on consent. Next up is House Bill 342, an act relative to taking game by certain lever action firearms. I look to Representative Howard for a motion. It's been moved by Representative Howard for ought to pass, seconded by,
Point of order.
yes, sir.
Will we have the amendment on it?
So the proper order of procedure is to move OTP on the bill. It's open for further amendment, then move the amendment, and then a final motion of OTPA.
Thank you. Second.
And it's been seconded by Representative Wolf, and the bill is open to further amendment and discussion. Trying to find the right amendment number.
Mr. Chair,
Representative Spillane, go ahead.
I move amendment 2021-0136H.
And Representative Craig. It's been seconded by Representative Craig to move amendment 136H, and it is open for further discussion. Representative Spillane, if you could speak to what your amendment does.
Absolutely. This is the amendment that was requested by Colonel Jordan and Fish and Game. It takes and amends to the end of the bill language. An amendment to RSA 207:3 to change 5 to 6 cartridges. And then under pistols permitted, which is RSA 208:3-D, it again changes 5 rounds to 6 rounds of ammunition. This makes it consistent across all gun platforms approved for hunting under Fish and Game rules, and there won't be any confusion, and Fish and Game should have a much easier time.
Thank you. Any further discussion on House Bill 342? There being none, just remember that also this is the bill that I will make a recommendation to leadership to refer to county and municipal government committee after passage. Representative Wolf.
Are you going to make it as a recommendation, or does it need to be an amendment to the bill that it goes to the?
Well, we can't amend where in the bill where it goes. I don't want to make a recommendation that we move it to municipal county government given its topic type.
I'll take your word.
Any further discussion on 342? There being none, I'll have the clerk call the roll.
The question is on the amendment, correct?
Correct. We're adopting the amendment.
The motion is to adopt Amendment 136H on House Bill 342. Representative Khan. Representative Close.
Yes.
Representative Spillane.
Yes.
Representative Howard. Representative Craig.
Yes.
Representative Love.
Yes.
Representative Wolf.
Yes.
Representative Kittredge. Representative Dostie.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Harvey. Representative Laflamme.
Yes.
Representative Dondenville.
Yes.
Representative King.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Jack.
Yes.
Representative Shirtless. Representative Ellis.
Yes.
Representative Oxel.
Yes.
And Mr. Mr. Chair.
Speaker, clerk, whatever, I answer
I've
to
I've
all.
demoted you,
Chairman votes yes.
and the vote is 20-0.
Yay, our first unanimous bill. Without objection, that will go on consent.
No, that's the
And
amendment.
I apologize, the amendment. Now, we're back to the original bill, which as amended on House Bill 342, as amended. Is there any further discussion? There being none, the clerk will call the roll.
It is much easier to do this on paper.
Absolutely, I'll have her include any note to the clerk.
So is there a new motion OTPA that's been moved and seconded?
The original motion was OTP and the amendment was adopted, so now the motion is OTPA.
Automatically without a different?
Correct.
Okay. All right, in that case, the motion is OTPA on House Bill 342. Representative Khan. Representative Close.
Yes.
Representative Spillane.
Yes.
Representative Howard. Representative Craig.
Yes.
Representative Love.
Yes.
Representative Wolf.
Yes.
Representative Kittredge. Representative Dostie.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Harvey. Representative Laflamme.
Yes.
Representative Danton.
Yes.
Representative King.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Jack.
Yes.
Representative Shirtliff. Representative Ellis.
Yes.
Representative Oxall
Yes.
and Mr. Chair.
Chair votes yes.
The vote is 20-0.
Without objection, go on the consent calendar. Next up is House Bill 490, permitted use of live action game cams. I look to Representative Spillane for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I would move retain on that bill.
Representative Spillane has moved, retained, seconded by
Mr. Chairman, I will second that.
Represented by Representative Smith. Bill is now open for further discussion or amendment. There being none, clerk will call the roll.
I have not even been able to catch up from the last one. Hold on.
Boy, yes.
Actually, I have a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Since we pulled an amendment already that capped it in the same calendar day, should we apply the amendment before we retain and then retain the amended version to work on, or should we just retain that bill and then have to reapply another amendment later?
There's no such thing as amending a retained bill. You retain it and then move it forward, and then you can amend it when you actually go to adjudicate it.
My question was whether we should do an OTP, put the amendment on, and then decide to retain the OTPA.
No,
That's not a
I think
motion.
that's improper procedure because you'd have to vote down the OTP motion because that's the motion that's prevalent.
Okay.
Yeah. I think the proper motion is to retain. We can correct.
So Representative Spillane motion retain on House Bill 490. And who was the second?
Smith.
Representative Smith.
Thank you very much. All right. Motion to retain on 490. Representative Khan.
Yes.
Representative Close.
Yes.
Representative Spillane.
Yes.
Representative Howard. Representative Craig.
Yes.
Representative Love.
Yes.
Representative Wolf.
Yes.
Representative Kittredge. Nay? Yay, sorry. Representative Dostie.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Harvey. Representative Laflamme.
Yes.
Representative Dontonville.
Yes.
Representative King.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Jack.
Yes.
Ruprecht is absent. Representative Shirtliff. Representative Ellis.
Yes.
Representative Oxall
Yes.
and Mr. Chair.
Yes.
The vote is 20-0.
Calendar because it's a retained bill. Moving on to House Bill 241 relative to trout. We're looking to Representative Smith for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to retain House Bill 241.
It's been moved by Representative Smith to retain House Bill 241. Representative Love? Second. Been seconded by Representative Love. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 241? There being none, the clerk, when you are ready, you can, that was a trick I learned from a former speaker.
Well, if you only just talked like that all the time, we wouldn't have problems.
Oh.
All right, House Bill 241. I'm sorry, can you please repeat the
Motion to retain, it was motion by Representative Smith, seconded by Representative Love.
Thank you. If I have to do this again, I'm going to ask for paper. All right. Representative Khan.
Yes.
Representative Close.
Yes.
Representative Spillane.
Yes.
Representative Howard. Representative Craig.
Yes.
Representative Love. Representative Wolf.
Yes.
Representative Kittredge. Representative Dostie.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Hardy. Representative Laflamme.
Yes.
Representative Dontonville.
Yes.
Representative King.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Jack.
Yes.
Representative Shirtless. Representative Ellis.
Yes.
Representative Oxall.
Yes.
And Mr. Chair.
Yes,
The vote is 20-0.
vote being 20-0, retain that bill. Moving on to House Bill 118. Representative Harvey for a motion. Representative Harvey has moved to retain the bill. Representative Smith?
Mr. Chairman, I will second that.
It's been moved to retain the bill by Representative Harvey, second by Representative Smith. Is open for further discussion. Yes, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is that working? Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make a comment on the end of this discussion in the workshop was about conservation. I take the conservation as in conservation of wildlife, marine, not conservation of wetlands or conservation of farmlands. So, I know it's kind of vague when it says conservation, but I look at it that way.
I would tend to agree with you. As marine, fish, game, marine resources. Any further discussion? There being none, the clerk will call the roll.
Motion is to retain House Bill 118. Representative Khan.
Yes.
Representative Close.
Yes.
Representative Spillane.
Yes.
Representative Howard. Representative Craig.
Yes.
Representative Love.
Yes.
Representative Wolf.
Yes.
Representative Kittredge.
Yes.
Representative Dostie.
Yes.
Representative Smith.
Yes.
Representative Harvey. Representative Laflamme.
Yes.
Representative Dontonville.
Yes.
Representative King.
Yes.
The clerk votes.
1 second. Representative King, you need to turn your video on, please.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
So cast your vote again, please.
Representative King.
Yes.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Jack.
Oops. Yes.
Representative Shirtless. Representative Ellis.
Yes.
Representative Oxall.
Yes.
And Mr. Chair.
Yes.
The vote is 20-0.
Thank you. You've already started your work for next year on those three bills that we've retained. Is there anything else that come before the House Fish and Game and Marine Resources Committee?
I would kindly remind everyone who made a motion, at least ought to pass, that they are in charge of their majority reports.
Don't need any majority reports. Everything is on
Out of
consent.
consent. We're all
So
on
we have
consent.
nothing that'll go on
None
the
of
regular
it.
calendar.
Ah.
One thing I remind everybody as you get up and leave the room,
You
make
still
sure you
need
put your
to-
mask on. And Representative Flam, go ahead.
Thank you. And it's just a procedural thing. I don't think retained bills have to go on the calendar at all.
That's correct.
So-
Retained bills are just held by us.
Yeah, so as far as being on consent, they don't have to. However, memory serves me, even items on the consent calendar do have a committee report.
Yes,
I
they
believe
do.
you're correct.
Sure, I'll make sure whoever made the motion gets it in just in case we need it.
And it was great to see you all.
Excellent. Anything else? All right, I will adjourn this meeting and thank everybody for coming and showing up and for participating remotely. And I look forward to you when the Senate sends over bills and we get to do this all over again.
Thank you.
Thank you.